And what I'd like to do is sort of go around the room here, if you will. Give me an idea of a couple of things that will help me in terms of material presentation and such. But let me know, like what it is you do in terms of, workflows and tasks and stuff like that in your work. Um, if there's anything specific that you would like to make sure that you learn about in the class, so make sure we cover that. Um, and an idea of how long you've been using two things, either, CAD systems in general or AutoCAD type things in particular. And then any type of surveying type software that, like Carlson or microsurvey or any of those kind of things, C&G, any of those type of specific applications. So, your experience level on the basic CAD platform, um, and or the and also with the particular surveying software as well. So just a little bit of introduction like that. Greg, I'll go ahead and start with you since you're top of my screen.
All right, yeah. Greg Warrens. I work for Anne Arundel County. I've been here probably 12 years or so. I was a field guy up till probably a year ago. Then I kind of went back and forth between the field and the office. Now I'm strictly office. Been using Carlson software for a few months, 6 months probably. Now I bring in the field guys work and uh, draw their work up on Carlson. Use the ServNet for processing the traverse. Um, just basically looking forward to the class because I'm still pretty new at all this. So
Okay.
there's not one particular thing that I think I need. I'm just looking to learn about everything. So,
Okay. All right. So do you do much with GPS
we
and all
do mainly what we use GPS for is to get starting coordinates on our job. We'll just burn a few RTK points
and lay
and
in your control and then
we'll use that as our datum.
yeah.
And we usually go from there now.
Okay.
Several years ago, we would just, either start on a coordinates, tie into a coordinate system that we need to be on, or we would just assume coordinates. But now we've pretty
Yeah.
much start all our jobs with RTK coordinates. So,
Yeah. And of course you can always start assume coordinates and then do a translation
right.
to them later, as you know. So that'd be good. And you're one of the few remaining folks around that will actually use the traversing and the adjustments. I've and it's an odd phenomenon. I had a class I taught. In fact, it's been several years ago, maybe 10 years ago. I was teaching a class down in uh, Alabama, I think, Alabama or Mississippi, one of the two, I believe Alabama. Anyway, the owner was there and he came by, and we were at that point, to start talking about traverse adjustments. And he said, skip that part. We don't do any of that. Said, this equipment is it's really good, really accurate. And if my guys brought anything back in with enough error in it that we had to correct, I'd have to send them back out in the field and to redo it. And I said, yeah, really, what you're doing is you're putting all of the correction of every observation into the last observation if you don't balance the traverses.
Right.
So now, plus a lot of reasons some of the others don't do it anymore either is that everything's adjusted. They're doing everything with GPS, and so everything's adjusted on board the equipment. With they're using the corrected network access and all that. So a lot of times they won't do that, but I find it's really an excellent way to um, also maintain sort of an audit trail of what they've actually surveyed. So you can actually get the readings on things and you're not just dealing with the resulting coordinates. So that'd be a good thing. Now, do you guys your field guide, do you guys use what's called field to finish? Do you know what I'm speak?
Yeah, we have a code list that they use. It's not the best one in the world, but it draws up pretty good the first time. But we seem to
Okay.
always have something missing, or
Yeah.
stuff like that.
And
Or
you always will. That's always a moving target, and it's always a work in progress. So don't ever, despair that, oh my gosh, it's supposed to be push button ready. Well, yeah, but a lot of things, the stars have to align to
right,
make all that work. But it is one of the greatest productivity enhancements ever developed for the surveying world, whether it's Carlson's or done inside of open roads on the microstation side or whatever, or Civil 3D's use of it is, um, it doesn't matter. It's just it can save an innumerable number of hours in the office. But the guys
right,
in the field need to know about it too. They need to know how to code the points, whether order is important, the order that they might record their observations. And, so we're going to go over that aspect pretty well and show you some of the potential pitfalls and also some of the things that a lot of people aren't really aware of using field to finish for. And that is to really, you can just use it on the fly. If you just have a bunch of coordinates, as long as you've got some consistency in descriptions, even if it's, just to help you generate some break lines, and we'll see how some of that works.
okay.
Take a quick peek. I've got, it's still not her. All right. I was waiting for an email to come in. All right, so I'll go next. Let's see, Ryan, anything you want to add to that? Give me an idea of what you might be looking
I
for.
was
What
muted. Um, I'm really new. I work with Todd and Greg. But I'm really new to Carlson. I've only been using it for what, a month and a half.
Okay,
Um, so I need to learn everything basically.
sure.
One of the things that me and Todd and Greg were talking about was possibly using Carlson for, we use a whole separate software for our GPS stuff.
Hmm.
We use Trimble, so we're wondering if we could use Carlson, for that stuff.
Yeah. Uh,
Um,
Trimble, you can Trimble. Trimble is one of those few companies out there that doesn't like to play with other children in the sandbox. And every time that Carlson would, figure out how to link up to their hardware and take their stuff up, they had to do it. They had to reverse engineer all of that. But every time that would happen, then Trimble would, change their file formats, for instance, and, break it so that they couldn't do it. And Carlson, along with a lot of other companies, just got tired of dealing with it. And, Trimble thinks that makes for a better customer if you get them locked into having to use their solution. But I can show you some of the ways that you can maybe do that. I think you're still going to probably need to use it in the field on the equipment because
mm,
Serve PC now, which used to be called Serve CE, um, but it doesn't directly support any of the Trimble hardware because of that issue with Trimble changing their formats all the time. Um, Trimble usage on GPS. But anyway, we'll take a look at some of the things that we can do with it, if if much at all. Um, Certainly, you can get the raw observational data from the Trimble equipment and bring it into ServeNet, for instance, and it will actually do the adjustments on the actual GPS vectors. So you can do all of that. The problem is you'd probably like to be able to use something perhaps non-Trimble in the field as you're
mm,
collecting the software. So but that's usually pretty tightly coupled to that hardware and probably, but instead of having to run it back through Trimble Business Center, once you get to the office, you could just transfer the data files and then run them through um, Carlson, for instance, if it can import that particular file. And we'll take a look at it and you can see. and make
Mhm.
that decision. So,
Okay.
okay. So, all right. So we've got a couple of new folks there that we'll need to, and don't worry. Now, we're not going to focus a whole lot on a lot of the early commands, like the draw commands and the inquiry commands and things like that. However, you'll get to see them as we go through our exercises and we learn, um, you know, what, how we use all those with the survey tools. This particular class is specifically for the survey module. There is a beginning class called Fundamentals, and it basically spreads out over 2 days, a little more in-depth look at what we'll get through, if not in the first half of today, maybe the first 2/3 of the day today, we'll finish up what that fundamentals class has. Plus, you have all of that material in your survey training guide, and I'll point all that out to you along the way, and a lot of ways to pick up some of those things. But now, this also goes for all of you that if there's anything that I'm showing you um, on any of these commands and things, if it at the moment, don't let it just zip past you if you didn't grasp it, if you didn't understand it, you know, unmute the mic and say, "Oh, can you show me that again? Can you do that?" Because I don't want to leave anybody behind on anything. Um, so, it's simple enough to back up and explain these steps. Even, like I used to tell my classes, there's no such, the old saying, there's no such thing as a stupid question. I says, but really there are some stupid questions, but we just won't let anybody outside this room know about it. So, um, no, in all seriousness, if you need some further clarification on something, be sure and grab my attention, right then and there, and we'll take care of it. Okay. That goes for everybody on that. So, all right. Todd, how about you? What's your history and need?
Yeah, how you doing, Ken?
Good.
Um, my history is mostly a field surveyor, and the opportunity came in for me to work in the office when somebody retired about 8 years ago. So
Mhm.
I have been using Carlson for about 8 years now, along with the Trimble Business Center. So we are interested in, as Ryan said, about maybe only using one of those in the future, maybe just using a Carlson. Yeah, I mean, and getting away from, because as you said, the Trimble doesn't play fair with others. Yeah, I mean, so we're finding this out everywhere you go with it. So, but that's just one thing. So we're definitely interested in any kind of ways to implement the GPS, and if we would still be able, I mean, what we can do in Carlson with it. But most of our jobs here are like planimetric surveys, boundary surveys, topographic surveys, um,
Now,
and that's like our bread and butter. You know what I mean? We're
well,
always using the the serve net, like you said, to do our traverse adjustment.
uh-huh.
We are held to, like, we have to be like, and I was thinking of this as you were talking about. I couldn't remember, but we have certain standards, like because of the Maryland Comar regulations and the minimum standards. We have to be 95% confidence level. Yeah, me in our it. I used to say they used to
Sure.
require it to be a precision. Yeah, I mean, one in so many
Yeah.
thousand and
Yeah,
stuff like
like
that. But
one.
they went to these new regulations, and I
Hmm.
probably shouldn't be as versed. I should be more versed than I am at it. You know what I mean? But
Well, and they could change job to job, and you have certain alter requirements for those types of
the
surveys.
Alta standards, yep, are the same standards as what were required. I think when you were talking about other surveyors not adjusting traverse and not doing traverses, well, we're held to do a traverse, and we're held, or at least the data we're capturing needs to meet a minimum, I mean, standard. We have to be able to prove that. I mean,
Yep.
so
Mhm. Yeah,
um,
so that's encouraging for me. I'm glad to see some people still doing that.
yeah.
So,
So
all right, so now you all work directly for the county, right? You're a county department or
yep,
and now do you have engineers as well? Like, do you get survey data for them to do engineering work?
we basically do not have a traditional engineering here now. What
Mhm.
they have is project managers.
Okay, but
we
I,
get bits
I,
of we get bits and pieces of engineering work. Yeah, I
yeah,
mean, like parts that they weren't in the budget. We get engineering work, but it's not. We don't have traditional engineers upstairs working on stuff like it used to be.
yeah. So you guys don't, your group doesn't really do any type of direct design, but I guess really the better
No,
question I should have asked is, do you do survey collection to support others doing design? Like,
we do.
if you have a project, your PMs will then hire a contractor to be the engineer, and you all might go out and supply the
Yeah.
existing
That,
conditions survey and that kind of stuff. Okay.
yep. All the data capture. We will. Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, to kind of support maybe a budget that they couldn't reach or something like that or whatever to help out the situation. Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, we will.
Okay. Yeah.
Or if something, I mean, or if you're too close to the end of the year and the way the budgets work, yeah, I mean, or something, we might have to do
Mhm.
all of it. Yeah, I mean, but we do traditional as builds and stuff like that. We kind of do like engineering stuff here, but it's not like we're the engineering company that I came from. Yeah, I mean, where you literally just went next door to the next room over and handed it to them, and yeah, I mean,
Right. Right.
the guys were on it. Yeah, I mean, they knew what they wanted and what they needed. It's
Yeah.
not the same
But
here.
yeah. So you're on some occasions you're not you're going to be supplying the base that the engineers are going to need to design from. So,
Yep.
which brings up my next sort of thing that I want to point out that we're going to cover, and that is basically terrain modeling. And we're going to look at all the Carlson tools and not just the standard tools. Everybody knows how to run, or maybe generally knows how to run the command called triangulate and contour. They hit the button, they feed the data, and boom, bang, bing, and it's done. Here, I'm done. But
Yep.
a lot more to it than that. And we're going to learn the
Oh,
tools that you're going to use to be able to evaluate those things, to do your own QA/QC on this data to make sure you know how to collect it correctly and how to process it correctly. So
yeah.
that's
I can.
foundational to any of the Carlson software, really, whether it's
Yep.
hydro when you're doing drainage studies and that kind of stuff. So we're going to be able to focus on that pretty well.
I
Okay.
know what the end result should look like, and I can get there, and I can create an amazing product, but I'm just not that efficient at it. I can't, you know what I mean? Like the set, like you were saying, that's what we're hoping to get out of this. Like it's the little things like the settings in there and saving the settings file. And I mean,
Mhm.
we're learning that all this, you need this to be
Yeah.
more fluid. And you know what I mean? And to get the stuff out of here faster. Yeah, I mean, we
Yeah, and
have,
there's
we have,
there's a lot of stuff to understand about settings and how they interplay. Depends on
yes.
whose computer. And so we're going to go over that. In fact, I had a big survey company down in Charlotte, North Carolina, a few years back. Uh, I was teaching down there. They had about, oh, I don't know, 12 or 15 people in the room, and the survey manager was in the classroom. They all, had classroom computers, and we talked about this one thing called linking points with coordinate files. And basically it says if you bring in a point from a coordinate file and you put it in your drawing, then if you move the point in the drawing, does it automatically go back and update the CRD file automatically? And you can set it to do one or not, to do it or not to do it. And some of the guys were in the habit of, they bring a bunch of points in, excuse me, and let's say you get a bunch of point clustered around an area and it's in their way. So they'll just grab a point and just push it off to the side, knowing that they could always go back to the CRD file and bring it back in if they needed it to be in its original place. That was their thinking.
Right.
And now we're talking just slight little nudges to get them out of the way. And so I said, well, this is a switch and it governs the behavior of these points, at the time the point is created in the drawing. So if on your computer you have the linking turned on and you bring the point in, then that point behaves is if it moves, it updates the CRD file. Let's say then Greg gets the file and works on it next week, but his computer is set to not link the points, and he's used to just scooting the points out of the way. And so he scoots your point out of the way, thinking the CRD file is going to hold the, the Bible blessed verse of what that coordinate is. And yet it's not. He's not aware that it's being linked and move it. Somebody else may think, well, I don't have my linking on, but they'll inherit points, that somebody had the linking on. And it's not like you just change the switch and the points then behave that way from that change forward. It's whatever the switch was at the time of point creation. And so not understanding that, the survey manager says, oh my gosh, I want all of you guys to get up and go back to your offices and look at your machines in the office and tell me what that setting is on your machine. So they did, and they came back, and some had it on, some had it off. And he goes, wow, that explains our last lawsuit. It's because they were working down on property corners, and they started getting into some disputed corners because somebody had moved a point around. It's not a big move, but it was enough to trigger, say, a change in the deeds and the meets and bounds. Still could have been a closed figure, but a point out of position, and it impacts, neighboring properties and things like that. So just a couple things to be aware of, and whether or not you want that behavior on. And we'll go over that in some depth. That'll be the first thing that we're going to take a look at. All right.
Okay. Yeah, I got one more question for
Sure.
you.
Uh-huh.
One thing we're curious about, and we're kind of like trying to figure out. I know I'm taking up a lot of time here, but I'll try to be quick.
No, it's going to save time down the road. That's what we're here for. So yeah.
This is one of the things we've run into, and we're just interested in seeing how other people do things. We don't know how Greg and Ryan are doing things the way I taught them. You know what I mean? And it's great now because we're all on the same page. We're all doing the exact same thing, and we're great. But we like to see how other people do things so we can learn
Sure.
from that. And
Yep.
also, one of the things, and if there are people do this is we always work with raw data files. Is that what people work with? We work with raw data files, and then say we've did our traverse processing. You know what I mean? And the points have moved to, millimeters or hundreds or
Right.
whatever, in the
Yeah, yeah.
traverse.
We're
We
good
give
there.
them the golden control file, and then they go back out and they've located more corners, located the road maybe or whatever. And when we come back in, when you now we do like a process, no adjust and stuff. That's how we like. There's things that we don't know how other people
Right.
are doing it, or if we're doing it the right way, or this is the only way I know how to do it. And
Yeah,
this way, you're
you can
always
do
working
that.
with the raw data. You're not working with a CRD. Yeah, I mean a CRD, people can get in there and edit things and all. Yeah, I mean,
Mhm.
so is this the standard how people are doing things?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, a lot of people are working strictly with CRDs. Again, they're getting adjusted point files sometimes from the equipment directly before they even bring it to the office. If it's a GPS system, for instance, that is using corrected data to process, or some of it, in fact, Carlson's field collection software on total stations can also perform those traverse adjustments on the equipment in the field. So the only thing you need to bring in then are the CRD, the adjusted coordinates. Now, if you're doing this and you have a workflow that, like yours, that you're going to be basically taking the RW5, the raw files, and processing those, and you bring those in, daily or weekly or however often you bring in the work that was done in the field. And if you're doing it that way, it's a great way to be able to um, keep track of, the date that it was done, or the person that, the party chief or whoever was doing the work. You can assign those to particular groups as you bring them in. So that's always good. But what I would recommend you do is, when you have settled on your adjusted control points, once the control is set, then you separate those points out into a separate control CRD, and you can process your new points. And even if they go up and occupy those points that exist, then you're not going to, you're always going to be able to look up the blessed coordinate values of those control points. So you're not going to be overwriting any of those points as you go along. Okay.
Yeah,
So
that's one of the problems we were having. It sometimes it would move that point because it's seeing back sights and front sights in there, and it's adjusting it. We don't want it to adjust the golden file. You
right,
know what I mean?
right.
I want Traverse One to be X and Y from day one to day into 10 years from now. I don't want 5 different values for point one. You know
Right.
what I mean?
Yeah,
And
so you're going to do that when we separate your control out and put that in a separate control file. So it leaves that one alone. It just reads the values as starting
okay.
positions.
So
And
if
so,
you ever get into that and you have
yeah,
time to go over that with us,
yeah, sure enough.
because that is one thing where, like I said, we keep finding that it just moved a smidgen, 1 and 2, and anything they occupy, it'll move it. Even if we say process no adjust, it still moves it.
Well,
It's like
yeah, it depends because if you do a no adjust, it's just taking raw computation of each observation. But then you can still do what's called a no adjust, but apply an angle balance, which really, to my definition, negates the term no adjust, but it doesn't apply, a compass rule or bowditch or transit, whatever you're using, typically a compass rule. And plus you might want to step up into the least squares work because you can tie multiple networks together and stuff like that. So, um, anyway, we'll take a look at that and how you can isolate those control points once you have them good.
okay.
And then you just load those and make sure that, they have access to that correct file. All right.
All right, perfect.
Good. All right, Miss Lisa.
All right, good morning again. I work for the Department of Defense. We have a real estate department or division.
Mm-hmm.
The real estate's pretty much in charge of all the installation, boundary easements, and licenses, etc. So with my department, we don't do a whole lot of traverse. Well, I haven't done a traverse since I started working there about 5 years ago.
Which is common. Don't fret.
I understand.
Just because there are other folks in the room here are big on traverses, don't fret about that. It's common, and particularly if you're using GPS observations, or even if you're traversing, but you're relying on, uh, well, if you are traversing, you should be adjusting the traverses, but you could even pick up a bunch of, you might lay in all your control with GPS,
Mhm.
and that all gets adjusted in the GPS processing. And so that is being adjusted, but then everything that you observe, observationally, maybe with a total station would be simple setups and side shots. You're basically picking up side shots. If you do that, a lot of people, they'll have a GPS rover and they'll just walk around, grab points. But anyway,
Yeah, that's pretty much what we do. I mean,
okay.
I've done many traverses 20 something years ago but I've been surveying for 25 years.
Mm,
But with the Navy, we don't do a lot of field just because we subcontract most of the projects,
right.
especially boundary surveys.
Yeah. So everything that you do is in support of the mission, though. You're not working with commercial development.
No. I mean, we will have, like, if Dominion Power needs like an easement for power
Mhm.
poles or overhead, then we will, if it's only few and it's down the street from our office, then we will go grab RTK,
Mhm.
the power poles and fences, etc. But Carlson survey normally I use to for map checks. I do a lot of reviews for boundary surveys, easements, and that kind of thing. So I've done I pretty much use the process deed description to enter the meets and bounds and create a map check.
Uh-huh.
Make sure the accuracy of the boundary is correct, that kind of thing. But I've been using Carlson's for at least maybe say about almost 10 years when I was working for a private firm before the
Okay.
Navy. But I'm
Great.
also mainly use AutoCAD Civil 3D as well.
Okay.
And that I've used MicroStation a few years ago. But I say
Yeah.
my drafting background is pretty proficient. So
Good. All right. Yeah. And so, and any of those, like if we have any particular crossover, then um, we'll be sure to talk that over. Again, I'm a certified instructor in Civil 3D and all the Bentley products as well. But, so I've got some history there, as well, and worked with Carlson since it's been a product back in 1998 or 1988. Yeah. Sorry. So, good morning, Sierra. How are you?
Good morning, fine. How are you?
Lovely. Good to see you. I'm glad you were able to join us. I was afraid maybe you were having trouble connecting and I hadn't
Yeah,
been.
I actually I'm having an issue with the file since it's zipped and it won't unzip on my computer.
Actually, if you just look at it in Windows Explorer, if you see in the left-hand side, I can show you how to do that in just a second, um,
Okay.
when we share the screen. But you can actually, Windows itself will unzip it for you. You don't necessarily double click on it. You can if you've got third-party software, but you can just highlight it and then select it. I'll show you that in a minute. So,
Okay.
so anyway, so back to Lisa. We're just, Sarah, what we're doing is we're basically talking about, what you do in terms of your workflow, what you're looking to get out of the instruction today and tomorrow, and uh, basically how long you've been using CAD systems and or something, whether it's Carlson or something like that, one of the add-on type programs. So anyway, Lisa, I'll let you, I guess one of the questions that I'll ask you, Lisa, when you said you use this a lot for map checks and stuff, do you do, like when you do go out and grab points and stuff, do you just bring those in as you create or you have from that observation, you'll have a coordinate file and you bring those in and just draw the coordinates or just draw the points, I mean?
well, you mean like when we locate stuff in the field?
Yeah.
Like for RTK, I just create a text file from Trimble.
Okay.
I convert or I
So you
process
import
to
that, yeah, you import that text file into
yes,
a coordinate file.
yes.
And then you're drawing those points into your CAD file and then maybe playing connect the dots and that sort of stuff.
Well, yes. I mean, it depends. Like I said, like if it's like I will hold like one or two monuments,
Mhm.
and I don't, and then compile the boundary that way.
Yeah, in terms of boundary work, but if you're doing just location work, like you said, just picking up power poles, for instance.
Oh, right. Well, okay. So you mean like field to finish type thing?
Yeah, or
Oh,
you,
okay. Yes. We do have since well, the Navy doesn't really have like the standards on those kind of things. So our office kind of creates our own field to finish since me and my the other land surveyor have previous experience on that. So we have the field to finish set up on Civil 3D, which I don't like it. I don't like creating the field to finish on Civil 3D just because it creates the figure and it's hard to manipulate the
yeah,
Civil 3D figure.
yeah, Civil 3D started life as a highway design software
Yeah. So
called
I don't,
Casey out
yeah.
of Florida.
But
And
I've used Carlson field to finish when I was working for a private firm. So
yeah.
yes,
All right.
I
So
like working that with Carlson better.
yeah, I
So
mean, you could do that in Carlson and just bring it across if you wanted into Civil 3D. That'll have to be what you in terms of workflow and office politics dictate. So
exactly, yeah. It's just
yeah.
a matter of like I guess creating that field to finish file that we have set up in Civil 3D, transfer it to Carlson. I don't remember if I need to like sit there and retype everything, all the codes and the program.
No, you should not. And I'll show you that. I want to take a note here. Civil 3D conversions. So yeah, Carlson can actually read a DWG that was made in Civil 3D, which has all of those things stored internally. They have coordinates, alignments, parcels, surfaces, and it can extract every bit of that stuff out of a Civil 3D file and create them to be used in Carlson.
Carlson. Okay.
it'll build a CRD file, but you need to know how to do that.
Right.
So we'll go over that pretty quickly as well.
Okay.
Also, let me check, and Glenn, maybe you could, or I mean, Todd, you could maybe answer for all of you if you know it, but what platform are you running Carlson on top of, and what version of Carlson? Like 2025 on top of IntelliCAD, or on top of AutoCAD plain vanilla, or on top of AutoCAD Civil 3D or AutoCAD Map?
That is, I'm not exactly sure. I know it's AutoCAD 2024. I mean,
Okay,
Carlson 2024,
Carlson. Okay.
but it's a standalone, like yeah, I mean,
You have what's called the Carlson OEM, Survey OEM. Have,
yes.
have you seen that term?
No, I haven't, but
It should say
it
right on
flashes
the,
when it opens up, I guess. Is that right?
yeah, or it should even say right on the logo or on the icon description. It should say Carlson Survey OEM.
It it just says Carlson Survey 2024. Because actually, let me see. Yeah, Autodesk. I don't. Does that make?
Yeah, well, yeah, we'll talk about that a little bit, but if you do you've got it loaded now?
Yeah,
Mine says OEM on it.
it does.
Yeah. Hang on. At the top.
Right.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
Carlson
you're right. Yep, I
2024
see it.
OEM.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. All right, so you all have what's called the standalone version, and I'm not sure, it might have, let me take a look at what I have. I don't even know that I've got. I don't even know if I've got it installed anywhere. Let me see. Which it won't matter, okay? The commands will be the same. I've got serve C, take off. Yeah, I've only got the what's called the modular versions, and these are the add-ons that run on top of an installed CAD system. So what you guys have is fine. All right, and I'll explain the difference when we get to that in a little bit.
Okay.
Um, so it really makes no difference, but so you all are going to be using basically an underlying portion of AutoCAD, okay, of regular standard AutoCAD. What about you, Lisa and Sierra? What are you typically?
I have Carlson 24 with AutoCAD Civil 3D 2020.
Okay. All right, so you are Carlson 24 Civil 3D. And it doesn't matter so much the version of Civil 3D. This is all OEM 24. Okay. And Sierra, what about you?
I have the same.
2024 on top of Civil 3D?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. All right. So one of the things we'll talk about this, you guys can think about this, or your company, what it, if you need to for something else. Carlson is available as, and it runs essentially identically on all these various platforms, but it can also run on top of of an AutoCAD clone called IntelliCAD, which in the early days was a little bit of people were used to AutoCAD and it was a little different. It's now, I mean, it's now my preferred package. And I've worked, I've worked with AutoCAD since it was a demonstration product at a trade expo back in 1990 or 1982, I think. Yeah, and so I know AutoCAD inside and out, and this IntelliCAD is actually, it's more stable. They've consolidated a number of tools into single tools, although still supporting all the other tools as you might need them going through the process. So it's just a matter of preferentials. But because everybody is using an AutoCAD variation, I will work with the AutoCAD version in what I show you here. Um, I normally teach this class with the 2025 version, but again, everybody's on 2024, so I still have that active, so I'll use that one as well for what we do. Okay. So then last little bit, Sierra, you get to have the mic. Let us know again your particular workflow, how long you've been using it, what you're looking to get out of the class, that kind of stuff.
I've actually never really done AutoCAD outside of work, and I've been doing this for probably 2.5, 3 years now, working with AutoCAD for land surveying.
All right. Do you is your company, were you with a construction company?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, but so you probably don't do a lot of like boundary work. You're not determining people's property ownership.
Right.
You're mostly surveying things to support the construction of things, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, yeah, so that would be, there's going to be a portion of the class where we talk about deed processing, all that kind of stuff that Lisa's going to be really happy with. The other gentleman will have some benefit from there too. You'll probably, you'll see it, but you'll be exposed to it. It's not going to be terribly relevant to what you do as a surveying or as a construction company surveyor, but you're going to be more involved with how to create models that you can go out and build. And a lot of times it's going to be, you need to go out there and bring back into the office what the existing site looks like. Sometimes it's going to be that somebody's going to need to put together what a set of plans has drawn on it that says this is what either existing conditions or design conditions are. And then how do you use that data to build those particular models? Um, so, yeah, so if any of you guys get into one of these aspects that's not sort of, you know, the main gist of what you do workflow wise, don't despair. It's just new knowledge. It won't be overwhelming. Okay. So with that, what I'm going to do is let me rearrange my stuff here. Oh, let's see, but also so that although uh, Todd, you I think are the only one that it applies to necessarily, but you'll get full PDH credit, for your license renewals and all that kind of stuff. And we issue certificates to everybody, regardless of your registration or not. And we also keep those on file indefinitely. So if you're ever audited and lose your paperwork, just get back in touch and we'll supply you with that.
Perfect. Yeah.
Dates and times and
Thank you.
contacts and all of that. Okay. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and kill the videos of everybody, or you can do it yourself here. There we go. Stopped all the videos. And that's going to give us a little more bandwidth, plus allow you to daydream and drink coffee or whatever you want to do to keep you from being front and center. Now, I cannot sneakily turn your cameras back on. I can only ask you to turn your cameras on, and I can only ask you to unmute. So, but again, you guys have those controls on the bottom of your little Zoom window. So mute and unmute as you need to. You might want to just mute everything unless you need to ask a specific question, and just make sure you unmute to speak so that we can all hear. Okay. Now we do have also, there's a chat function with Zoom that you can use. I will tell you that it's hard for me to sort of keep my eye on that. The little notice, it doesn't show up very prominently in what I'm doing. And I get, down in the weeds on some of this stuff. So you know, if you need to chat or want to send a, you know, a separate chat that you don't want the whole room to see, you just want to ask me a question, go ahead and use it. And I'll try to keep my eye on it, but it's there if you want. If not, you know, like I said, we're all in this together. And we're not going to tell anybody outside of class what we talk about. So be sure and ask any question if you get into something that we don't quite understand. All right. So now the first thing I will do is I'm going to go and share my screen and let me know, make sure everybody can see that. If you can, there are little controls on your window that let you like raise your hand or put a thumbs up. Just flash one of those buttons and let me know you can see that okay. And you would be seeing basically what looks like a bunch of multicolored Pringles. Yeah, there's Ryan. Okay, everybody else can see it, or you can unmute and say yes, it doesn't matter which. There's
Yes, I can see it.
okay, there's Sierra.
Yes.
Okay, Greg. All right. Todd, you can see it okay? I didn't catch if you said it or not. You may have stepped away.
I can see it.
Okay, Lisa's got it. All right, there we go. Todd's got it. Everybody's good to go. So yeah, that is, huh, what do they call? Well, you guys found the hand gesture stuff. I don't even know what it's under because I'm in a different screen now. But anyway, all right. So what we have basically is um, this manual that's going to be more of a look back on than a follow page by page as we go through the class. Okay, so this is going to be a resource for you. We're going to be doing some of these exercises, however, straight from the book. So you'll see those. They'll be supported with a number of data files. Now, the book is at least some, I think there's some that got missed, but some of these are like most of these items in the table of content are hyperlinked. So if you hover your mouse over it and it turns into a little pointing finger, if you click on it, that will take you to that location. So here's where I was right there, this in general. Okay. So then if I go back, you know, to where I was before, and if I want to go over to say these exercises, looks like they didn't get linked. That's lovely. Well, let's, that whole section looks like not, oh, there's one, a bit of background on the surface modeling. All right, so you can, you know, sort of navigate your way through that. I'm sorry, those things were supposed to all be linked. They are in my, like the civil manual, but anyway. So give you an idea of what is in here. I'm going to jump in here to this page 6, 5 and or 6 and 7 rather. And there's a little bit about me, although that over 30 years experience in that first paragraph is actually now over 40 years experience. So a little outdated on that. But the key information I want you to take away from that to keep with you there is that you can reach me at that email address down at the bottom, and you have access to MSoft Global as a resource to help you any type of tech support, whether it's something we go over in class or not, it doesn't matter. You have an issue with the software, you can reach out, send me an email. You've got my own emails that I've sent to you for the class that have my phone number in there. You can reach me any of those particular ways. So, and that doesn't cost you additional to do things. We're not putting you under support contracts or anything like that. You also always have access to Carlson's tech support, also free of charge, and that's, you know, for the lifetime of the product. So keep that handy. Now, one of the things I will tell you is that there are some practical limitations there. Like you can't necessarily, you know, send me an email, say, hey, I need you to work, for the next 3 weeks full time on this project with us, blah, blah, blah. So at that point, if it's going to be, more than just and, we'll give you a couple of hours, 2, 3, or 4 hours on a problem at a time that you need to. But if it gets into taking days worth of effort, then we'll talk about negotiating, say, a sub consultant agreement. And a lot of clients actually do this. They'll come out of our training classes, and they'll even, hire me to work on a specific project with them, which we're glad to do on a consulting basis. Spend That's a good way for you to also be able to pay for it if you've got budget on a particular project to be able to do that. So just, keep that in. You've got access. That's really basically it. And so we, a little bit about that, and up here where we're talking about this Carlson survey module. So it basically, tells us, what this is, what the book is about. And the guide will have a couple of things. If you see, like down here on this page 7, these little icons. One, if you see, might mean that that's in particular an IntelliCAD version aspect versus an AutoCAD version aspect. And again, they're not like you get some commands in one version that you don't get in the other. You get all the same commands. And again, they're nearly identical. Sometimes, though, the interface is slightly different, and that's where those are flagged. And it's not, there's very few of those. These up here, the light bulbs and the little notepads, are things that are good to sort of, if you run across it in the book, you'll see those, and it might be good to take note of those and to sort of, try to learn those. The rest of this stuff is like pretty much self-explanatory when you see it, whether something uses arrows or is bold or whatever. Okay. Now, this next bit, Carlson software, that's basically you're working with a CAD drawing. That's your ultimate product, is a DWG file. Okay, so the way Carlson works is it loads up on top of an AutoCAD or IntelliCAD, or even Bentley, although it doesn't run on top of Bentley. It still has to run on top of one of the AutoCAD-like products, but it can open and work directly with Bentley DGN files without translation. Okay, it puts a bunch of limits on what you can do with it that way, but it's there. So these are some different ideas. And again, I'm not going to read all this to you. This is just for your interest. It's basically saying that these design environments like Carlson run on top of the CAD system, and they get in between you as a user and the basic CAD system, and they ask you for input in terms that you'll understand, being a surveyor or an engineer. So you answer questions there in that lingo, and then Carlson takes all that and feeds it to the underlying CAD system to then issue those CAD commands to generate what it is we're after. And then it also can inquire about or query those things that are drawn in the drawing, and then give you feedback in the framework of what you're used to seeing in terms of, distances and areas and bearings and things like that. Okay, so that's basically what that's talking about. And with that, what we're going to do is we're going to talk about these settings when we come back into it. So, but one of the things, let's see, sorry a minute, I'm getting a bunch of email stuff coming in. I'm going to give, we're going to take let me take a little, let me know if you guys are back. Little thumbs up or yes or whatever.
Yep.
Okay, or Sierra? All right, so we'll give these guys till our 5 minutes are up.
I think we're all back, Ken.
Are you? Okay. Lisa,
Yeah,
you're
we're
here?
back. Yeah.
Okay, let's wait till Lisa lets us know. Okay, Lisa, are you back with us? Yeah, I'll give another minute or two. Basically, what that was, a phone call that kept coming in every time I kept sending it to voicemail. But I'm actually a consultant myself. I have my own practice. I'm not an MSoft employee directly, but I do all their training for them. But we got a guy on a real project that I'm working on. Out on I-81 out in the eastern part of the state. But anyway, we're doing some, test bores, some drilling out there for the bridge foundations. And he wound up throwing a track and couldn't get his rig over to where it was going. So I had to get him pointed in the right direction. So hopefully that'll take care of itself if I've pointed him in the right direction to the right people. So they're supposed to leave me alone on these days when I have training, and he didn't know I was training today. So I'll give him the benefit of that. All right. So Miss Lisa, are you back with us?
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, no. I gave you 5 minutes. So that's fine. I was just explaining that, I'm working on, live real projects. I'm a consultant with other things, and it was a busted drill rig issue. All right, so we're going to talk about these settings as to where things go and how we can organize your work. And you can read, all about this kind of stuff. And the first little thing I want to point out is like on the bottom of this, it's page 5. It's actually page 11 of the PDF file, but it's printed page 5 after all the table of contents and stuff. But this is like, where do you want your data to live? And there's 3 different models. It can be in a project folder model, in which case you define a bunch of folders that you want and subfolders, etc., as part of some setup, and then you can assign data files to, by default, be assigned to those locations. Or, and the way it comes out of the box is this drawing folder. That's the one in the middle, this choice in the middle. And that means that those files are going to be looked for wherever the drawing file is. So it's basically follow the drawing. And then you've got the third one over here, which was the original one in the software. That would go to just a single specific fixed folder. Which in those early days when the product was called ServCAD, and you had a folder called SCAD where all the programs lived, and then everything that you worked on lived in a folder called SCAD. And it was a subfolder to that. It was called SCAD / data. So if you were working on, say, building existing grade terrains, you would have an EG.10 file that you would normally just call EG for existing ground. But if you're doing that for, you're working on a project with the DOT, that EG.10, if you have another EG.10, let's say you're working on a job for, I don't know, private developer, and you wanted to call that EG, well, you can't. If you're putting them all in the same folder, as you can see, it just makes sense. You'd have to give it a separate name. And that's the way it used to work years and years and years ago. The standard and what most people do and what I'll have for class purposes, I'm just going to use that drawing folder purpose, but we'll look at this project folder and show you where it was, where it is and how you can use it. And there's actually a clever little trick that it can provide for you. You'll see, and you'll see a screen like this that's going to be part of that little, isn't it, a trick, so to speak. All right, so those of you, I guess, Lisa and Sierra, running the modular versions, you're going to see across the top a series of pull-down menus. You also will see a ribbon potentially, but you'll see these menus called File, Edit, View, Draw, Inquiry, Settings, and Points. And every single one of the Carlson modules, regardless of what it is, civil, survey, construction, GIS, they all have that, and they all have the same commands on them. It's the menu that follows the points menu that distinguishes which particular module you're running, okay? And so this little is a little description about what's on each of these menus. The file menu, of course, works on things, your typical file commands like open, save, print, such like that, but a few hidden things that are very useful, like drawing cleanup, any kind of MicroStation file support, and other project management commands. Then edit are going to be where you make edits to things in the drawing. And this is more on the CAD level than it is on specific items. Let's say if you've created a center line alignment. Now, normally you would edit that center line from the center line menu and you would run the center line file editor so that you would work on that. So that's not where this set of commands lives, but what's going to happen here are things like, offsetting a line or trimming functions or moving things in your drawing from one place to another and aligning them with other things in the drawing. All of the standard CAD commands are there, that edit commands, the modify commands, and also some Carlson variations of those modify commands are going to be found there on that menu. Again, we'll see that when we get there. The draw menu, of course, is going to allow you to create things. You're going to draw things into the drawing. And they tend to be more on the CAD foundational level than on the upper end type of things, just like that center line alignment. So if I were designing a road, for instance, in civil, and I had a center line alignment and I had a vertical design with my profile data, and if I wanted to draw the profile complete with grids and labels and all that kind of stuff, I'm not going to find that on my draw menu. I'm going to find that on my profile menu of civil. Okay, same thing if I want to draw center lines and stations and all that kind of stuff. I'm going to look on those more specialized areas. But if it's things to draw, if I'm, in the early stages and I'm just drawing things like drawing a polyline or drawing a circle or drawing, rectangles, or there's even a thing called shrink wrap boundaries that is a very helpful command. So I'm going to find those types of draw commands there, and they will also have the standard CAD drawing variations as well. Okay, then there's an inquiry menu, which basically looks at things that are in the drawing and tells you about them. The settings menus where we're going to, and I think Todd, you mentioned, needing to understand, what these do and where they are and how to change them. And then particularly for us in the survey world, the points menu. And the points menu, you see that very first statement there. It's one of the most important tool locations, particularly for the way surveyors do their work. And you can actually do an entire design job. In fact, I did one. It was a storm drainage upgrade for a school campus. A huge job, something like, a huge job in the sense that, it wasn't just a little single 7-Eleven on the corner. It was the entire high school um, campus grounds, and basically, you know, the storm water modeling and drainage and pipe designs and the whole works, and had my part of that in terms of the drainage was over 60 some drawings, I think, which is not necessarily a huge project, but it was bigger than your typical one drawing project. And I did that entire thing without using the first Carlson point whatsoever. So you can do that. But surveyors tend to use points whenever possible because that's the way we're used to interfacing with the world. We go out and we observe the world, and the only way we can bring that back in is by bringing in points and then connecting up those locations. Now, the reason I was able to do that, say, without using the points is that somebody else gave me the base mapping, so I had all of that stuff already done. So, but for instance, I had a guy that I used to do some work for. He was an old surveyor, one of the grandfather surveyors in our area that was involved back in the days of the registration laws and all of that. So really influential. But, you know, you can use the CAD system to say, draw a square or draw a rectangle. You know, you just click a point and you go out so far along the x-axis and so far along the y-axis, give it the other diagonal point location, and establish that as its other corner, and it draws a four-sided figure. Well, if you asked Howard how to do that, he would say, well, I'm going to create a point at 5,000, 5,000, and I'm going to have another point at, say, 5,000, 1,000. And I'm going to sit at my first point. I'm going to backslide that second point. And I'm going to turn an angle right of 90 degrees, and I'm going to go 100 feet. And then I'm going to move up, sit there, backslide. So in other words, he traverses his way around drawing geometric figures because that's just the way he thinks. And there's not a thing wrong with that. You can certainly do that. You can also do it without necessarily creating points using the Kogo commands, but if you'll pardon the unintended pun, but the point of that illustration is the fact that you can use points for everything and there's not a thing wrong with it. So it's going to be central to what you're doing, but they're not necessarily required, but they're going to be certainly a part of it. And I want everybody to get comfortable with how we manipulate points, how we can have multiple coordinate files, even on the same job. And you can swap them in and out and transfer points from one to another, all those different kinds of things that we can do, okay? And then everything else then follows, and you can see over here on the other page, the survey module has these commands under this area right here. Survey Kogo centerline area annotates surface GIS, and CG survey is also available. Now, some of the functionality, for instance, you have a surface menu under the survey module. You also have a surface menu under the civil module. You also have a surface menu under the hydrology module. And those three menus under each of those different modules are not identical. The civil surface has the most set of tools because that's generally intended for civil design. Whereas the hydrology module has just very limited things, but they have some things the same. For instance, all of them have a command called triangulate and contour, and that's used to create those models. The civil menu has a design pad template command. Survey also has a design pad template command. Civil has an edit pad template command, which lets you manipulate their previously designed pad. Survey doesn't have that. You would have to just erase the first one and redo the second one. Hydrology doesn't have that at all. So it basically has the typical things you would use in that particular work mode. And that's really the structure behind these modular versions of the software. The OEM version for you Anne Arundel folk, I'm not sure exactly how they've structured those, whether they're exactly the same or not. They may or may not be in that particular order. And we'll talk about that in a minute. I don't have it installed on my computer to be able to illustrate it, but the commands are there. We may have to figure out where and try to find it, okay? But for now, we're going to take a look at the settings and see how they control what we're doing and what our work is normally going to consist, or how it's going to affect our work. And there are a couple of things to note. We have this very first thing under settings. There's a Carlson configure, which is going to bring up this first dialog box you see up here at the top of the screen. This this bit right here, and these tend to be, I don't want to necessarily say set and forget, but that's really sort of how they are, is we set them the way we like to work and then we leave them alone. We don't generally change them. It's not always true. Certainly you need to know where these settings are and how to go about changing them if you need to. But also notice at the bottom of that dialog, you have this load and save or save as buttons. And that lets you, once you've created a bunch of settings, you can then save those off somewhere, maybe on a network that everybody in the office can have access to. And then they could just hit the load button, navigate over to that file, and then everything that you had set on one computer gets set on the other computer. Okay. Because these things are machine specific. It's not based on a user or a named profile. So if, John Doe comes in and he sits down at, a computer in the back office one day, it's not like next week he comes in and sits on a laptop out in the field. It's not based on him logging in with his name. It's based on whatever computer he's running. So they need to, make sure everybody's consistent and at least know where these things come from. Now, there is right here, also on that menu, a thing called the Settings Explorer. And that lets you look at these various settings that are not just at this global level, but you can see each of these. You see Carlson CADNet, Carlson Civil, Carlson Construction, and here's Carlson Survey. And if you look at all of these are different commands within each of those modules, and you can open and close them on the side. It's hierarchical, and you can see which particular one you might look at. So if I'm, sitting on this label/draw right of way, you're going to get these settings over here on the right-hand side. And these are basically all of the settings that are available in the dialog boxes that you see when you run those particular commands. It's just a way to look at these isolated from the command itself, but it'll let you do those. And then you can again save and restore, or load, save, or restore, various settings based on various modules and where you go. Okay. So it's, again, drills down into those commands. Okay, now you can also, when you're in a given command and you fill out a dialog box, it's going to have usually a load and save button at the bottom. And when you save that, you're only saving that level. You're saving that particular command's settings. And if you load it up and you open up a file that was saved at that level, it's going to populate those fields, like only this screen that you see below here for the label/draw right of way command. Okay. But you can do that completely independent of this Settings Explorer, but you can do that at those individual command levels. So let's see, able to save those. Yeah, see, that's, again, there's one of those light bulb indicators. It's just a, thing to be aware of, that when you're asked to populate a dialog box with settings, you can set that up. And settings are going to be things like, what layer do you put stuff on? What text style do you use? What size of text? What line styles, line types? What, you know, all those different kinds of things that you need to create the drawing as you like it. And a lot of times you'll run a command and it'll produce something, you say, I don't like that, I want to change that. Then, you know, you'd have to run the command again after you change the setting. Once you get it like you'd like it, you would save it and then load it the next time you do it, or save it one way for one client, save it another way for a different client, because sometimes clients have requirements. Okay. So that's going to be what we talk about there. We're going to, I'll split the little tour through the book here, and let's go ahead and load up Carlson and see, you know, where we get access to those. So I'm going to go to my 2024 version, and with AutoCAD, and there's my Carlson 2024, and it checks on an update and unavailable. So I'm up to date for that version. And everything's going to pop up here, and I'm going to get this startup screen, which is the AutoCAD Start tab. And this basically holds little thumbnails, if they were saved, if they're available, of the previous files. You can look at them as a list, last opened or by name, ascending, descended, different ways around it. But there's another nice little thing that you have on the side. A lot of people don't realize are these little links to news articles. Here's, for instance, AutoCAD Foundations. Okay, so it pops you into, you know, whatever might, you know, whether it's a you know, a website or what have you. The down here on the bottom, you've got like community forums, customer support, and these are all, they tend to be websites that it's going to throw you to from this AutoCAD version. The IntelliCAD version over here on the right-hand side, it has a, it's usually a thing for like current news. I don't know where or whether this is just basically feedback here. Normally in that you'll see like news articles that might, you know, they're just basically little things like new version does such and such, etc. But anyway, get the idea. It shows you where these are. There's a little where you can open it read only, remove it from the list, different things. It doesn't really show you it directly where the files are, but if you hover over the little computer icon there, it will tell you where that lives. That lives on, and that's the reason you can't see those icons, is it's looking on a network drive that I'm not connected to right now. But down here are some others that are, you can see where they come from. All right. And you can load those things up, you know, independently. Just click them from here. You can, from here, open files, open a sheet set, which is a collection of files that make up a set of drawings. You can explore some sample drawings. If you're new to AutoCAD and you want to look at those, and you're going to see, you know, see where we got a bunch of MEP. Doesn't help as much in the civil world, but anyway, get an idea. You got some, you know, different, well, anyway, never dig down through all that, but you can see some of those that are provided by the installation of the CAD system in general. You've got some recent, you know, projects you might do, learnings, which are little videos, little things, how to learn some stuff. My insights, and this is tailored to the way you use AutoCAD. If you have signed up for that in your Autodesk account, it basically watches how you use it, and it makes little suggestions on maybe, you know, you keep doing this, and here's one you see. Have you considered trying the point command? It says down here on the right. Or have you considered using the measure geom command, because I apparently did a bunch of things that that command was supposed to help with. Okay, so there's more than just this, there's more than just this business going on. So just remember, what, yeah, and see in the Autodesk projects, I wasn't connected to it, but you see, these are all different categories. So explore your way around there. There's also down here this what's new, online help, community forum, customer support. Now again, this tends to be AutoCAD. See, AutoCAD support and problem solving, not Carlson. If you're using the IntelliCAD version, those would take you to the Carlson variation of those type things. All right. But you can also get to those from inside the drawing as well. All right. So just the interface. And again, what we want to do is we're going to choose, we got this little pull down here or the file menu, either one. Let's make a new, and you can also use this button. We can make a new file. And here are some available templates. If you want to choose from a template, or if you just hit the new button, you may or may not necessarily go through this wizard that's going to come up. All right, so this is a startup wizard. This is from Carlson now. And it's going to be a way to either find a particular file. Those are things that are no longer found. There's one, and that shows you the previews of it and all that kind of stuff. But those are all ones, that some are there, some are no longer on the system. And there's a little button there to skip the wizard next time if you don't like to use it. But we can choose this new button. So let's go ahead and choose new. And as it loads up the interface, it's going to go to the next step in the wizard, which is to select a template. Now, a template is just basically a drawing file that lives in your templates folder. And it has a three-letter file extension. Instead of DWG, it's a DWT. So you would choose a particular template, and it's just a drawing that has been partially started. It's got a bunch of layers, maybe created and properties set. It may have some paper space layouts. That's what you see some of these title blocks in for. So there's like a map book, a map 3D. Again, you don't see anything because maybe nothing is visible. Here's a tutorial, say for architecture. It's got a paper space layout for a title block, and it's probably set up for architectural units and all that kind of stuff. So really the ones that we are going to want to look at though right now are these Carlson ones, and you could have your own that you've saved for the company that everybody can start with. So I'm just going to choose this one called Carlson 24. You may or may not have that handy, and if you don't, just find anyone that says Carlson, or just choose anything. It doesn't really matter for what we're going to look at right now. You can just choose that. I'm going to say open, and it's going to take me to my next step. Now, notice at the bottom left-hand corner, there's also that skip startup wizard next time. So again, I could turn this off. If you are not stepping through this wizard right now, it's been turned off. And that's okay, as long as you want to manage your setups when you start things with a new file independently, then you can do that. But right now, let's see what we've got showing us here. We've got this default drawing folder, very first line. It tells us where our default folder is starting us, and it's in this Drive C Carlson projects. So if I were to type right here a file name, it's going to put it in that Carlson projects, unless I choose this set button, which I'll do. And I'm going to put it, instead of in that location, I'm going to look over here in my subfolders. Now I'm in the Carlson file dialog, drawing to create. If you prefer the Windows dialog, just hit the browse button, and that puts you in that familiar, and it's not even really Windows, it's AutoCAD. But you can then, navigate your way around, do different things. You can change this save as type. If there were a list of available types, etc., go up a folder, go down. You can do all these different things that you can do in the Windows file open dialog. But in Carlson, you have a lot of that similar functionality, but I like to use it because for other particular file types, you can see little graphic previews of the file, perhaps, or if it's a point file, that can tell you how many points are in it, so you can see some information before you choose a particular file. So this is going to be a new file, but instead of being in this Carlson projects, and notice I've got all these previous locations that I was in, I'm going to go over here to this window on the right where it says subfolders, and I'm going to find the one where I'm working for this class. It's a folder called 2025-05-22 survey class. So if I double click that, I see two folders in here, one called datasets, one called F2F quick start guide. So I'm going to go to my datasets folder and double click that. Okay, now I'm in that folder you see up here at the top now. And I see a list of files that are in this particular folder. And if I click these headings, I can sort things accordingly, by date, alphabetically, by size, etc., ascending, descending. But notice down here at the bottom, I've also got a list of files that were recent files. And these are recent, as you can see in this folder list, regardless of where they live. Those are just files that were recently accessed of this particular type. You can choose those and it jumps you to wherever it found that location and brings it up. But I'm good to go with where I'm on here. I'm in this folder I want to be. I'm going to click in my file name field and I'm going to just call this, let's call it class example 1 and hit enter. That's now filled that out. That's going to be my new drawing. Notice my default drawing folder did not change because that's just telling you what your default was. We changed when we navigated with the set button. And so now we want to choose what scale to use. Now I know a lot of this stuff is old hat for a lot of you folks. You understand most of this, but here's a couple of tricks for you in case you don't understand it this particular way. Under the horizontal scale or the scale settings, either English or metric, if I'm in English units, 1 inch equals however many feet, or even if I'm in metric and 1 meter equals however many meters, that's done as a ratio value typically. But if I'm using this English 1 inch equals so many feet, and I type a horizontal scale, now let's say I wanted my drawing to be created as if it were being plotted at 1 inch equals 30 feet. Now that does not change the size of the drawn geometry one bit. A 150-foot long property line is still 150 units long. It's not going to be some representative scale of that. It's always that, always real world units. It's these next things, and here's the little trick. Anytime you see the word plot size, like symbol plot size or text plot size, or you'll sometimes see text size scalar or symbol size scalar. That's SCALER, not AR. It's not a scalar vector function. It's a scalar. It's something that scales by. If you'll think of those numbers as the number of plotted inches. So if I want my symbols to be 1/10 of an inch tall, that's where I put that in as 0.1. I don't have to go to the effort of over here to the right where it says drawing units. I don't have to figure out at 30 scale, if I want my symbols to be 1/10 of an inch, that's going to be 3 feet. So I tell it I want my symbols to be 3 feet tall, but I only want my text to be, 8/100ths, like a Leroy 80 for those. Well, none of you guys are old enough, except uh, maybe, to have run into those. So an 80 size text, or 8/100ths of an inch, would be 2.4 units on the ground. That's how tall it is. Now, AutoCAD that sits underneath Carlson, the only thing it knows are those drawing units. So when you go to, say, plot the meets and bounds on a parcel, it's going to ask you how big you want your text. Well, you don't have to figure, well, okay, I'm doing this at 20 scale. I want my text to be 1/10 of an inch, so that's what, 2 feet, or I want it to be 800, so that's 1.6 feet tall. But that's what AutoCAD needs to know. It doesn't know the first thing at all about that other business, okay? And for those of you who've been in the AutoCAD world for a while, yes, there is a thing called annotative scaling, and yes, it can come into play and we can use it with that. But this is basically Carlson's way of introducing annotative scaling to everybody, whether you're aware that you're using annotative scaling or not. So it takes care of doing all these calculations. So if you notice up here at the top, I'm going to leave this symbol at 0.1 and my text at 0.0. And if I change the horizontal scale, let's say I'm going to make this a 50 scale drawing. As soon as I type 50, did you notice over here, these numbers now have changed. So my dialogues, when I go to those other type of labeling commands, are typically filled out with these numbers left alone. I don't go through here and set this up here at all. Carlson takes care of taking that number, multiplying it by my horizontal scale, and computing this, and that's what it feeds AutoCAD behind the scenes. Okay. So that's just another little way. And the keywords to look for are the symbol plot size. So if you see the word plot size or size scalar, it's asking you for how big in plotted inches do you want that to be at whatever your drawing scale is. And again, it does not change the geometry that's drawn in the file, only these things like labels and such. All right, now the coordinate system prior to 2024, you used to pick it straight from here from a long list. Now you have 4 options, either none, which means you're just using a grid system, just an assumed system, or you're going to have a predefined / user-defined system, or you've got 2 others that are predefined for you and available for you at this level: state plane, NAD 27, or universal transverse Mercator. Why they did it this way, I have no idea. These 2 things, in my opinion, should also be up here, and they should, it just adds a little more confusion, because when you first look at this, it looks like you don't have NAT 83s, but they're up in here. Okay, so anyway, this is just part of the evolution of the software. So if I choose a predefined user-defined, yeah, and you can get some idea about this here. Now notice this zone pull down is not available because I'm not chosen in it, and maybe that's why they where's my 17? Maybe that's why they put these 2 out here, because they can be defined by specific zone designations. Okay. But I'm going to do this predefined. That now goes away. And now down here, I have to define that projection. So if I click that button, notice there's either none or just a few here. And we're going to need to add a predefined, let's see, let's use, let's see here. Where are we? I don't have Anne Arundel. So if I add a predefined various regions in the world, be USA. Let me just find Maryland. So I can be in net 83, the 86 adjustment, or the 2011, or high actually reference network. And again, you see that in net 27. That's why I think it's a little goofy here. But let's say I'm using the 2011 adjustment for Maryland. We can do that. Now you guys also have like the Washington Metro has its own sort of a combined, it's a weird part of the world to survey in. So once you've added that to this list of predefined, now you can choose and say, okay. And once you do that, then it's going to show you what you've chosen down here beside it. Okay. So make sure you're aware of that. And if it's in your particular, you're in a part of the world that it's going to apply to, because there's some other things that we can use with that. You can also, look for these EPSG code or the codes and such. Bring these in from a file. You can make your own up, which any of you Anne Arundel folk, do you ever do any work for Metro, for the train system there, transit system?
You No,
Yes.
we don't. No, we don't.
Oh, okay. So they did. I was involved a few years back and we wrote the CAD standards for them. But they actually had their own projection that was developed in an attempt to try to marry all of the Maryland and Virginia and the DC and Delaware uh, coordinate systems sort of into one that had, they were trying to, because they were, where they're located, they're right on those edges of those defined systems. And they wanted to sort of minimize as much distortion as they could. So it was a real, and that's, what we would do is go to this add user defined and you would put all that in to sort of make that happen. But there's very little benefit to that, to being able to use publicly available data. That benefit for that is to being able to use legacy data that they might have on file from those old days of using that old system. But anyway, those are different things you do. And once you've added to this list, it will stay there. And you would just choose whichever one you're going to use. So I'll just say that Maryland will set that aside. Project name, job number, project location. These are just basically labels for reports, and you can use them later on to find things when you're looking for drawings as well. Okay, so everything's good to go here. I'm going to hit the next button, and it's going to take me to the next step of the wizard, which is to define the coordinate file. Now, all of these steps that we're going through in the wizard are available independently as individual commands. So you don't have to use the wizard, but this is what's going on. So now the data path has been set. It's now in that folder because I am using the drawing file location model of my file storage and not the project location. So right now it knows what the data path is and it looks for a coordinate file and there's a set button, but notice it pre-populates a name, and that name happens to be by default when you're first starting out the same as the drawing file name. And it doesn't have to be, but that's just what it suggests. Okay. So here's one thing I want to also point out. Go ahead and hit the set button next to that coordinate file. When you do that and it comes here, and if you say, all right, I want to use, you know what, these files here, these are the existing coordinate files in that datasets folder. So if you were to find one of those, okay, then it's going to set that as your current coordinate file. If, however, you clicked on this new tab, and if you chose this and said, okay, then it's going to actually tell you that it's already there and is it okay to overwrite it. So keep your eye on. So if I say open here, you say, it already exists. Do you want to replace it? Okay. Be sure to read those little messages and be careful. And if you don't do it, so now here's one exercise one. Let's see if I were to put this in as a different name, or even with this drawing, and I had the existing tab on there, it knows it needs to make it new. It will do a similar report. It says file does not exist. Okay to create it. And you would say yes. All right. So I'll cancel that. Right now it knows it's going to create that file, same name as the drawing file. And as part of this step, what do you want to do? Well, you can import from a data collector physically from the collector with a cable or Bluetooth or whatever, or from a text or ASCII file. This one's named a little misleadingly. It says import points from current coordinate file. Well, it doesn't mean this file up here, which is going to be our current coordinate file. It means it should say other existing coordinate file, either existing coordinate file or just other coordinate file. So you can actually import points from a different file into this new file as you go. And if you were to, for instance, those of you who are used to bringing in a text file, if you were to say this, and if you say next, it goes to that exact same place that pulling down the points menu and choose import text or ASCII file takes you to, all right? And then obviously you could just say none and hit next, and it will finish up and that puts you in this drawing. So now what is in this drawing? Right now I look at the bottom of my screen, I see these paper space layouts, and they're just two default ones that are typical. I go back to my model and I look at the fact I've got nothing showing on the screen. I'll do a zoom extents. And by the way, if you're not familiar with the wheel tools on the mouse, if you just double click the wheel on your mouse, that's the same as typing Z, E, or typing zoom, enter, E for extents, enter. You can also press and hold the mouse and pan. But if you look at that, see, nothing shows up. I don't see anything in there. Might have a frozen layer or something. You could check that out if you wanted. Okay, there is happen to be nothing there. However, let's look at our layers, which you can pull down the view menu and choose layer control, or you could have, and all that does is run AutoCAD's layer command. So and I keep mine, actually, my layers palette, I keep it collapsed down on the side over here on the left. Notice how it disappears and it's actually sitting here. And so all I have to do is move the mouse over there and it pops out and I see, all right, I've got a bunch of layers, just a few anyway, not a whole lot. They've been predefined with colors and line types and line weights. You see it's pretty vanilla. But if you were to use a different folder, or I mean, sorry, a different template to start your drawing, then you would see maybe a whole list of different folders. Like that one that says Carlson National CAD Standards, you would see several hundred layers with names like C-road-CL or G-ANNO or V-site- CONC, concrete, you know, different layers that are predefined with the different line styles, different colors, and different things that you're expecting to be using. Okay, so that's what the drawing template is used for and why we would do that. Now, let's look next at the settings. We'll get started here on the settings menu. We're going to take our mid-morning break that we're a little bit slow getting to, but we'll take a longer 15-minute break instead of my little phone call interruption, which I apologize for again. So if you go to the settings menu and start exploring some of the things, the drawing setup, for instance, that's sort of an expanded version of where you can set the scale, where you can set this projection, whether it's grid or local, and you can define, define your projections, all of those different things. This also lets you put in the finer details like scale factors for, grid to geodetic, et cetera, et cetera. Again, your project name, number, location, amount of rotation, et cetera. You can set text styles here, set paper. And again, this is old stuff. Nobody really ever uses that anymore. Even here, this set text style or set, text styles. Again, these are from the old days. So here's an L80, like a Leroy 80. And if I look at that and I see, you see they have predefined sizes. So an AutoCAD with a text style with a predefined size, that means that it's going to always be that size regardless of those numbers you used up here in your text plot sizes. These are just old holdouts from the days when when this software acted like land development desktop. All right. So I'll show you another place to set those. That's really what they call the best practices version. All right. The next one is these project and data folders settings. And you can set that here, whether it's project folders, follow the drawing, or a single fixed folder. And again, by default, I'm going to leave that there. We'll cancel that. And again, that's reachable from the next one that we're going to look at is this Carlson configure. And this is the granddaddy. This is the big global everything where you fill out 12 different categories of settings. You can load and save and do all those to basically transfer the settings from one computer to another one if you like, or different ways. Okay. So we're going to take a look at that when we come back. We're going to go ahead and break here right at 11 o'clock. We'll come back at a quarter after. So Lisa, you are in Central Time, I guess, at 10.
Eastern.
I'm not Lisa. I'm sorry, Sierra.
Yes.
There, you're actually right in Houston, right?
I'm in Corpus.
Oh, wow. You get the actual one of the two pretty places in Texas. Okay. Yeah. So, all right. So yeah, so you're an hour behind us. So, or whatever. It's 10 o'clock where you are, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to come back at a quarter after 10 for Sierra, quarter after 11 for the rest of us. And we'll pick this up from there and start diving into these settings. And we're going to play around with seeing how they work. So you can get a sense of whether or not you want to use them, whether they make sense for your workflow, and how and when to go back and check things to make sure that they're going to behave that way or not. Okay. So any questions at this point?
No, sir.
Everybody good? Okay. I will pause our recording point. All right. So some of the things that you might look at here as to whether they apply or not. One of them that's sometimes confusing for surveyors is this localization settings. And if you're used to that term, meaning if you're going to localize your controls, say on a GPS observation, you're going to set up your localizations to tie it to known published control. That's not what this means in this particular context. What this does mean here is localizing the software for a particular language or location in the world. And then you can set, based on all these different categories, different kinds of preset default values. Okay, so that's used to localize your software to your particular usage, your environment. All right, so we won't need that. Takeoff and site net settings have no bearing on what we're doing at all. That's more for the takeoff module, and the site net menu out of the civil module has to do with grading and earthwork computations. And mining settings, mine note settings, again, none of those that you need, they don't apply. Your hydrology settings, for instance, this is just if you're doing pipe slope and reporting on stuff, whether you go, center to center or face to face of different structures, um, actual pipe length versus center to center, etc. What rainfall methods, stage storage methodology, Carlson or SEDCAD 3 and 4, etc. Again, won't apply for us here. The section and profile settings, these have to do with if you're generating cross sections and designing roadway profiles, which you could be doing in your survey stuff, but these are just pre-built values. And again, all of these can be supplied if you go and run a command that needs them, but it sets the eye height above the ground, the object height above the ground, and checks for vertical site distance. And your vertical curve drawing resolution, this means it's a number. It's not a distance, it's just a number, is to basically how finely you want to convert those vertical curves, which are parabolic typically. How do you want to segmentize those parabolic features on the screen? Okay, so and then different options. So basically it essentially sets up, and you set your default station type, and whether or not you want to use the site distance formula for crest, the same as for the sag. And there's your subdivisions, the number of subdivisions for your parabolic template grade, et cetera, et cetera. So nothing really that would affect us here, but you could bump into it. Now, the first one that we really want to take a look at is this survey settings. Okay, so let's go ahead and choose that. Now, the very first option you have at the top is the CG survey menu. By a show of hands or by vocal affirmation, has any of you folks ever used the Cowherd and Goodman C&G survey software before? Nobody?
No, sir.
Okay. Miss Sarah, my dad was called sir. You don't have to keep saying that. I do appreciate your Southern manners, but if you just want to say yes and no, I'm perfectly happy with that. You do make me feel a little bit older, although I am older. But anyway, just to let you know, I appreciate your gesture, but totally not necessary. Anyway, so what I would recommend is that you set that to none, and your choices are compact or expanded. And what that means is, and you don't need to do this, but if I'm going to set mine to compact, and I'm going to exit out of here and show you that it adds it in to my menu structure right up here. And you see I've got a file, a bunch of file commands, a bunch of traverse commands, Kogo commands, draw commands, et cetera, topo, that's your surface building. So that is the actual C&G survey software product, is built completely inside of Carlson. It's there if you want it. If you were maybe used to those commands and you didn't know Carlson commands, you could turn that on and it would be just like you were running the old C&G software. Now, to answer the question that might come up, that doesn't mean that Carlson stuck the C&G system in here to be able to get functionality out of it. All they did was incorporate those commands that other users might have been used to, because C&G Survey was one of those really popular survey softwares that a lot of people used. Carlson bought that company lock, stock, and barrel way back in the early days, for one reason and one reason only. They had a really slick, fast, accurate, good networked least squares adjustment routine, and they wanted to get access to that without them having to write all of that code. So that's why they bought it. The owners were basically shopping it around. They were trying to sell it anyway. So they did so. In fact, Dean Goodman actually is a Carlson developer, works out of the Atlanta office. So he's, still on board, although Ed Cowherd may have actually passed away by now, or may have just simply moved out to some private island somewhere, who knows. Um, if any of you are old enough and remember the POB magazine back in the day when this software was around, they had ads that would run called the Muddy Boots guys. That's who those two guys were, Cowherd and Goodman. So that's why it's there, and it's just for legacy purposes. Totally, if you've never used it and don't need it, save the space. So set that to none. Then the next one, these are all pretty self-explanatory, is whether you want your initial traversing side shot angle mode. What you typically do, if you're a total station user, you would typically, use an angle right as opposed to defining an azimuth. Okay. If you perform geodetic lat-long transformation, that's basically bringing some GPS location information in or out. You can turn that on or off. I'm not sure what that differentiation might be. Let's see. And of course they don't. They don't even have it identified in the help system. So well, that's interesting. I'm not sure exactly. I performed geodetic lat long. It's whether it's going to perform your geodetic grid to ground scalings and such. Let me see here. I'm in a Carlson software. Survey settings, geodetic, lat long. See if I can find an answer to it. Well, let's see. It says apparently according to Carlson, it allows the software to transform coordinates and screened entities between lat long and grid projections, as well as local to local when you're using Helmert and least squares methods. So I would say maybe leave that on. That gives you that capability. It doesn't get in the way for anything. I don't know why you would want to turn it off other than just not to have to answer the question. So that's what that's there for. All right. Now, show, occupy, and backsite points on the status bar. This is, and just leave yours sitting here. Let me show you real quickly. I'm going to exit and show you what, oops. Let me make sure I turn it on. If I show, yes, okay. So here's what that means. If I have I'm just gonna put a point down here. Elevation. with that, and we'll just call it test. And we'll go over here and put another one down. All right, so I've got 2 points now in my file. So if I go to my Kogo and if I want to traverse, okay, so it knows that my point 2 is my occupied point. My point 1 is my backside point, just in general. Now let me see if I say occupy point is point 2. Backside method is 1. Now, they do not show it here. Okay, so that may be an obsolete function. They used to actually show it down there on the status bar. Do any of you folks, particularly the OEM versions, do you see those points listed down there? It would say OP2 BS1. If you don't see them, it's totally
I don't see him. No.
yeah, so it's totally unnecessary. So if I even do I'm gonna do another point here, just screen pick, we'll put that point there. Also call it test and another one here, and another one here. Whoops. All right, so I've got several points here, 4 points, and now if I want to traverse, or let's see, let's just go to, let's occupy, say, point 1, and backside by point, let's backside point 3. So now I've established point 1 is my occupy, point 3 is my backside. Yeah, I do not see anywhere that it has put this on there. All right, so again, it's an unnecessary setting. So what it did was just plot those little labels down there on the status bar so you could see them. See that show occupied and backside on the status bar. Apparently that no longer works, at least in the AutoCAD version of 2024. And it's unnecessary because of this. Let's say we're doing a bunch of Kogo commands. We get a phone call, get interrupted, or we go to lunch, or the building catches on fire, and we come back to this a week later, and we don't know, and we're computing a bunch of side shots. Well, we don't know what was their setup. We don't know where we were we sitting, what point are we sitting on, at what point are we backsliding. So if we were to do a say just side shots, we would see right now it says it doesn't tell me where I am. Okay. So if I do options vertically and say, yeah, see, there's nothing there that's going to tell me where I am. I happen to be sitting on 1 looking at 3 because that was the last thing that I set up. But here's the way you would handle that. See that, and that's going to show you, what that was just graphically. But here's the way you handle it. Let's say I wanted to sit on point 2 and backside point 4. So the first thing that I would do, in fact, you see these little commands here, LP, OPT, SSEA. Those are little text shortcuts. So the first thing I would do is inverse between 2 points, and then I might do traverse or side shots. So I would do it this way. If you inverse, just type I, hit enter, and then it wants to pick a point of backside. This is calculate the bearing distance from the starting point, traverse, side shot, etc. So I'm going to go from, let's say I'm sitting at 2, I'm going to backside 4. So I'm going to go from my backside first. I'm going to go from 4 to 2. So that's all I do is I type I, enter, 4, enter, 2, enter, and that's now my current occupied point. And now I would do traverse, let's say. And I would go, let's say 90 degrees. We'll just take that as an angle right, and we'll go 50 feet. And the vertical angle, we'll do a 0 here, and we'll give this one a new point. All right, so there's now that one, way up there where it was. But I traversed, where is that point? It requires a regen. Okay, can't be. All right, so I traversed. So I'm now, let me exit that. All right, so that's now my 0.5. So if I were to do a side shot now, I go 90 degrees. You see where it's the traversing moved me up from 2 backsliding 4, turned my angle right, went 50 feet. Now I'm in side shot mode. Let's just go 25 feet. And we'll call that one new side shot. And instead of 90, let's go 125 feet. Same thing. And then we went, say, 110, 25 feet. All right, so you get the idea. So every time I'm side shotting here, and then I would, if I want to, I can just T for traverse. Notice that's my occupied and back sight. So let's go 270 and go 25. We'll call that one new T. So now you see it keeps moving me up just the same way it does in the field when you're doing the work. Traversing moves you up station to station. Side shots sit you there and leave you there. And the way to configure, you can either do it through setting the occupied point and then answering the backside point, or just do a quick inverse. So if I'm down here, if I want to, or if I'm up here in my new set of points, I want to sit on 5 and backside 6 and do a bunch of side shots. I'm just going to enter 6, 5. So I inversed 6 to 5. It's just as if I'd traversed up to it. And then I now start doing side shots. Okay, so now I'll go 90 degrees to that, 25, and we'll call that one, yeah, new T. All right, so you get the idea. So all of that means that we don't need to see that set of points on the status bar, but it used to be, and maybe yours is in the OEM version, I'm not sure, but it used to actually show down there on the status bar. I don't see that it's doing that anymore. I don't see. Selection filtering gizmo units. Yeah, there's nothing. Yeah, nothing that I see being available there. Okay. So let's see, we got some. Oh, okay. Great. Thanks, folks. I saw your chats here. Lisa, that VDOT used to have their own system. Yeah, I remember those days. It's been a while though. I did a lot of work for VDOT. And Todd, you only use model space, so you show about paper space. That's good. I want to make sure we save some time to do that because it's a whole new world and it's really great to understand it. Okay, so and then remind me, it'll probably be tomorrow toward the end of the day that we'll get a chance to look at that. But it's really uh really a nice way to present your drawings. Um, you can certainly do it from model space, but it's a lot easier to do things from Paperspace. We'll take a look at that. So anyway, sorry I missed your chats earlier, but keep them coming. I did finally notice that it was there. All right, so we had, see, we're back here looking at Carlson configure under survey settings. So apparently that didn't have any effect. I'm just going to leave it off because I'm going to always use that I function to set my backsite and occupy points. Now, the automatic raw file on and automatic line on settings, that occurs for those people who use raw files to compute position. It's nice and handy because it's basically an audit trail. And if you mistype something, you can go back in and fix it instead of having to recompute everything. So for instance, if you're computing, say, 200 point locations and you missed an angle, you mistyped an angle back at point number 17, well, then everything that followed from that point forward is going to be out by that same amount of miss. So if you have the raw file captured, when you did all those calculations, you could just go back into the raw file and you would process the raw file just as if it were coming in from the field as observations. It maybe is just Kogo commands. Well, no problem. It's there and ready for you to reprocess after you fix the error. Okay. Now, all these switches here are designed to be only this is just setting the default. So if I said automatic raw file on and automatic line on, show you how that works. I'm going to go back to my points and just draw them all again. Let me set my set this to 20 scale here. And then well, that's not behaving. All right, let's switch this to okay. There we go. Let's see. There we go. All right, so I've got a bunch of points here. And now with my automatic raw file on and my line on, I'm going to sit on 0.9 and I'm going to backsite 0.5 and I'm going to do some traversing and side shotting. So I'm going to I 5 to 9 and now I'm going to T. Now, when let's see, let's just do a 90-degree and a 25-footer. And we'll call it new T. All right, so I'm now at 11 and looking at 9. And if I do, let's say a 270, and let's go 25, a new traverse. So you see what it's doing? It's leaving lines behind. But now if I do a side shot, and I do a 90, 25, new side shot, and I do a 100, 25, new side shot. And let's do a 180, say 50, new side shot. And then I'm going to T, and I do a 270, and I go 50, and that's a new T. Okay, so you see what it's doing. When automatic line on means draw lines into the drawing if you are traversing. Side shots do not draw lines. Okay. Now, the automatic raw file being on would be if I edit process raw data, I'm now going to open this class example one. So it's the same name as the file, as my drawing file. And you can see the points there. Let me pull this back a little bit. So you can see the shape. I was 9, set 11, set 12, and I'm showing the side shots. But if I turned off the side shots, there's my traverse, there's my side shots. And of course, where's my picker? See, I can go to any particular observation now and change. Let's say if I put that, let's say that was instead of 100, or instead of an angle right of 100 degrees, that was supposed to have been 135 degrees. So I'll just make that 135. So you see how it recomputed 0.14. Now look at up here in my drawing. So I'll say, all right, that's all I needed to do. And then let's say now 12, let's say if I was at 11 and I set 12, instead of that being 270, let's say that was really only supposed to be 195, let's say. So now 9 goes to 11, and instead of all the way around to 270, 9 to 11 to 270, it should only go up here. But notice it pulls everything that got computed after it along for the ride, which is what we were after. Okay. So we'll then save, exit, and it's going to ask me, or, well, sorry, I didn't process it. All right, so now there's my stuff. So I'm going to compute with just no adjust and no need for closure. And just say okay for that, say exit. And now we'll say the coordinate file and exit. Okay, so now the point 12 should be in a different location. So if I double click point 12 to edit it, it says warning, the screen points differs from the coordinate file by this amount. Which one do you want to edit? So that would let you, pick one or the other. If I looked at the file location, it's going to put that up there where it's supposed to go. All right, and then same thing with number 16. I did the file, said okay, so that's recomputing those. Now, I don't want to have to go through and double click all these different points that got created. So I would simply do we'll go back to that same process of once we've computed that audit trail, now here's what I wanted to look at too, by the way, you Anne Arundel folks. You can bring in some Trimble raw file information. You can bring in a DC or a JXL file to do your processing, but it's not what you use to collect out in the field. All right, so anyway, we'll come back to that. But if I do our save here, our process, we did no adjust, that's the same thing. We got just like we've done here. And I want to traverse sunshine lines.
Are you trying to redraw on the screen? Is that what you're trying to do?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Are you trying to redraw on the screen or
Yeah, and
process the
yeah,
point?
not in here. I'm just trying to actually dump that to my drawing to have it
Right.
automatically come in, and I obviously am missing where that goes.
It's an icon somewhere
Well, yeah, but it would also be
right there. Oh,
that
that's
that's
graphic.
just
Oh, to
that.
the right.
But see, I want to have it automatic. I think it's just a setting. See, all of these are, yeah, all of these are just commands that are available in the menus as well. So find if I save that, I may have a setting. Let's see, prompt for raw file, start it, and then closing shell. All right, so I saved the coordinate file. If my process stored to the coordinate file, yeah, balance drawing, draw by field to finish. Store points, store point records. Point records to coordinate file. That's a store point. Record it to the coordinate file. No, I don't need to, only when it's empty there. So report checkpoints, that's all good. All right, so once that's done, if I save, if this works differently in the IntelliCAD version, let me see. Well, that's all good. Process setting tools, update raw from the point supply field to finish. Draw the traverse side shot lines, but I think that's in, oh, maybe that was where they moved this. I thought that was just for down here in this little graphic screen here. If I draw traverse, yeah, this will do it. So let's not draw the side shots. Erase previous lines, draw all, there we go, say okay. So starting with 9 to 16, now when I do that, why didn't 13 and 14 and 15 change? Tools. I don't want to draw the lines, but it's sure used to. Let's see, save coordinate file. All right, so it drew the lines, but it didn't move the points. That makes me wonder. Do I have, yep, it's linked on exit. So now what I would do is draw locate points, just do it all over again. And now the new points will, yeah, see, that should have automatically updated. And I wonder if that's working differently in AutoCAD versus. See, I should be able to simply go to enter process my raw file. I'm going to open that. And now that was, this is point number 11 to 12. I'm going to put that back to 270. So that then should pull 16 down here And 13, 14, and 15 should be, so everything should look like this when I get done. And it used to be that unless they've changed a switch somewhere, create the point notes, calculate combine. I don't see. So there's my calculations. It used to be that I would simply, I wouldn't even have to, I wouldn't even have to go to this save coordinate file. It automatically does that. And once that was done, the drawing should update itself. I shouldn't even have to do this. Hmm. Wow, that didn't even do that until if I exit. Yeah. No, that's not behaving correctly. Let me try something here a minute. So we'll try the IntelliCAD version here quickly and see if that's an error. That's something I need to let them know about. And we are in and class example 1. Make sure we're using the right file. There is that. And switch to survey. I redrew the lines. Save the coordinate file. A regen did not do it, but if we redraw the points, so put them correctly. Huh. Well, that behavior is different. It used to automatically take care of that. Well, let that be the takeaway then, is to make sure that you do that update, that you redraw the points. But the whole point behind that was to have that audit trail recompute and reconfigure. All right, so let's see. Process raw. So there's my file. Now let's change, see, point 12. got set with a 270. So let's set that with a 200. It should then look like that, and everything after that change should pull around accordingly. And I don't even really need to do this processing. I shouldn't have to anyway. But it does. There it is. Save the file, save the coordinate file. That's really all I should need to do. Draw. You don't have to do that, but again, that's just to draw the lines. So if I wanted to draw the lines, not draw the side shots, line, let's see. And then when I exit, so it did not honor erasing previous, and it did not honor the point updating. So I think these are some serious errors that they've, whew, look at there, I've got,
Sorry, I don't understand.
oh, shush, Siri. All right, so, yeah, let me get rid of all except for that one. So then I have to go back and redraw my points with erase and redraw on. And that will now redraw them where they're supposed to be. Now, here's why I say this is broken, is because in our settings, general settings, we have right here, link points with coordinate file. So when that coordinate file changed, it should have changed them here. And link line work with points should also have pulled that with it. So, and I know it used to work in like olden versions. I'm not sure what effect that's at. Anyway, what we were talking about was this, to where we, when we did these Kogo bit, notice right here, you can turn that raw file on and off. You can turn the line drawing on and off, and then go and do some other computations. But if you have that, and remember how I created these by these Kogo commands, and that's what created this raw file right here. Okay. It was those Kogo commands. So if I turn that off, under Kogo, if I turn my raw file off and do some more Kogo commands, then they're lost to history. If I miscompute something, I'd have to go back and, redo all those things. So it could be a very good thing if you do a lot of coordinate geometry processing. I frankly do not do a lot of that. I tend to work with the geometry of the file. Like if I were going to compute a bearing intersection and set a point here, say at 14 to 13, I might be tempted to do something like this. I might go from say 14 to 13. and then maybe say 3 to 5. And then I might even do, just a fillet with a radius of 0. And then if I needed that point there, I would just do a draw locate point and draw, snap to the end point of that and put that down. Now, that's purely preferential. You can also compute that location based on, bearing intersection from your COGO commands. You've got all of these things, um, by line bearing, by bearing, located intersect, bearing. So that may be more what you're used to, and that's perfectly fine too. But now what you're doing with these COGO commands is you're creating points. And what I tend to do more often than I am for creating points is I'm creating geometry. I don't necessarily need the point. If I do, I can always dump a point on that location and use it, from that point forward. Okay, so again, neither is wrong. Neither is necessarily preferable, but you might be more comfortable using these point controls. Okay. So let's back up now and finish these settings here that we were talking about. So under our survey settings, that was whether or not you wanted that to automatically capture and to automatically draw the traverse lines as you're doing COGO stuff. It might help keep you oriented. So that's up to you. And I myself typically leave them off because I usually, before I do those, if I want to save the trail, the audit trail, I'll go to that command that says turn the raw file on. But in any case, you can turn those on and off, it will. And it stores by that file name. Okay. Now, this next one down, automatic point object snap on. Okay, that's just a default condition. I like to have it on for this particular reason. If I were wanting to draw a point or draw some lines, for instance, draw line work. If I wanted to draw a line between, say, 0.5 to 10, and then to 13, and then to 14, and then say down to 16. So you can visualize what that's going to look like here. So several ways you can do that. If you are aware of the fact this is a Carlson point, I'm going to zoom in down here a minute. This is a Carlson point entity. It has a there actually is, there are elevations for all of those. They just right now, based on the default I had, it was not to label 0 elevations, but so that's a point, a Carlson point. There is a symbol, there is a point number, an elevation, and a description. These are called the point attributes. There is also right in here, in that little circle, right at the intersection of that symbol, there is a point. It's an AutoCAD point, okay? And it happens to be right now almost invisible because you're looking at the symbol. If I go to my settings menu and come down here to my point style, and I'm going to change the point style to be this X. Okay, so you see that right there is a point. Now it's selecting everything because it's a member of a group. If I'm going to ungroup my point entities. And let's just redraw the points. So now if I select that you see is up here, my settings or my properties. That is a point. That is a CAD point. If I select this, the plus, that is a block. and it is a block named SPT9, and that came from my points defaults. I chose this one here out of a list of available points that I had. There's that SPT9, and it was set at and you've got all kinds of categories and different, trees, inlets and mantle. So don't forget about this little pull down up here. Points and wipeouts is nice if you're using property corners and you want lines to look like they're erased underneath the symbol. It's not. There's just a wipeout over top of it. All right, we'll get to those a little bit later. But what we have here is as an AutoCAD point, we have a symbol. So whatever that symbol happens to be, and then we have this. Let me turn the elevations back on for that one. In fact, let me go to my point defaults. Let's turn my elevations on. And now you see them all. So now there are actually three things that make up a Carlson point. There are two blocks. One is a block of attributes, which is that number 5, 0, and new point. And it has a little grip that shows up right there because that's the actual insertion point of the block. That's not selecting this. If you can see the difference when I select that, you see how it shows up as selected. That's another block. That's the symbol. And then there is this, which is a point. It just happens to be displayed as an X so that you can see it there. There is, if I were to draw a line, if I wanted to snap to that endpoint, you see I can't. I can snap to that endpoint, and I could then maybe come up here and snap to that endpoint, but I can't snap to these. These are not actually anything. That's just the expression of the point. So I would have to, if I wanted to snap to that point up here, I would have to snap to the node and find that point, which would be this right here, this node. And now if I hover there, you see the little marker showing up where the point is located. So that would do that. Now, all of that is to say, you notice when I went from that endpoint to that endpoint. So let me put these settings back a minute. I'm going to actually regroup those so they all stay together. And I'm going to change my point style to just be this little dot. Just so I'm going to let my symbols be what. So now if I wanted to draw 5 to 10 to 13 to 14 to 15, if I were not using a Carlson command and typing in point numbers, let's say I was just going to draw a standard polyline, okay, just like the P line command, the start of the polyline. Well, I could say node snapping turn to there, but if I just point to this down here, you see where I happen to be, and if I'm pointing to different places, I run the risk of missing the point because I've got a snap, which is that endpoint snap, that is actually snapping to the symbol instead of to the actual point itself. Oops. So to overcome that is that setting, which was right here under survey setting, to have this enable transparent, I'm sorry, right here, automatic point object snapping on, okay? So with that on, and it's also available from the settings menu where you can turn it on and off from the menu itself. Okay, so you can pull those down and it just toggles it on and off. Now, what that is a new snap that is not actually part of the CAD object snapping. If I look at that in my settings, you see there is no point snap per se. There is a node snap, okay? But I don't want to necessarily have that one on. I'm using endpoints, center and midpoint, and extension. That's what I work with most often. But I want to make sure I don't accidentally grab those because I've got my endpoints on. So if I just wanted to run this p-line command, let's run it again here, standard polyline, and if I just wanted to grab that, you see, I run the risk. If I get too close down there, I can't necessarily, I'd have to zoom way in and find the midpoint of that line. But with that automatic point object snapping on, all I have to do is hover over any given part of a Carlson point, and you see that where it's lighting up is right in the center, like right there. And it has the added benefit of when I hover the mouse, it tells me the point number, the northing, the easting, the elevation, the description, the coordinate file it came from, and the command that computed it. So that's a traversing command. So I won't go from 5 to 10. So all I have to do is, and this way I'm staying away from those symbols. So I'm not actually running the risk of snapping there. And I didn't have to type in a bunch of numbers if they weren't necessarily in order. Now, obviously you could draw that, but you can't use a polyline command. You'd have to use a Carlson draw command. Let's draw a polyline from there. And we say we want to 10. And then 13-16, so we can go by point number and use point ranges and such like that. You can also type those numbers backwards. Okay, so that's a lot of that functionality, and that's why we have variations. That's why we have under the draw menu Carlson versions. So I can draw a 2D polyline or a 3D polyline, or I could go all the way down here and draw a standard polyline, and that uses the P-line command from AutoCAD or IntelliCAD. Also, there's a 3D poly command, the Carlson, or I'm sorry, the IntelliCAD or AutoCAD command that's actually not represented out here. You just have to type 3D poly, or you could choose it, I think, from, yeah, it's a spline. No. Anyway, it could be, it's probably on one of these. Oh, there it is. Nope, that's a helix. Well, anyway, somewhere, maybe there is a 3D poly command. No.
It's under draw tab.
On the screen tab, yeah. But these are different toolbars. This is my IntelliCAD draw toolbar, and this is my Carlson draw toolbar. And that one, there's my 2D, there's my 3D, but that's Carlson's version, which lets me do all of these other cool things and use point numbers. So notice it's got all of these down here, but it says pick a point or point numbers. Whereas if I'm just doing a 3D poly, see, it just says start a polyline. So I mean, I can snap to things, but I can't type. Let's say if I type 10, hit enter. See that it knows not, it just uses that as a distance. Okay, so it didn't know anything about the point numbers, which is why my preference is to almost always use Carlson versions of these commands. But I don't have it there. It might be on a toolbar palette, or if you were using the screen, if you're using the screen menus, then it's probably available there. I thought it would be. It's definitely only splines. It's over here. There's my 3D poly. That's Carlson's. Yeah, see, it's pre-populated these. Anyway, I don't want to get too far in the weeds on this stuff. Just pointing out the difference in those two command variations. One is Carlson's enhancement of a standard CAD command, but the result of which, when you look at it in properties, it's still just a polyline. There's no difference in what these now these were lines instead of polylines. I tend to almost always use polylines even for a single segment, just because there are certain commands in the Carlson world that will only work with polylines. And you might try to choose a line to do some of that work with, and it will very quietly down on the command line tell you that it's not a polyline, and you think something's wrong. So that's why I tend to use polylines almost universally. So anyway, what we've discovered, and I'm going to go ahead and go back now to the AutoCAD version. And we'll pull that file up. So we've discovered that the raw file does no longer automatically update the drawing. It can update the drawn line work, but you'd have to go back and redraw the points, but not a handicap if you remember that you need to do that. Okay. So to finish up this bit, we'll go back to Carlson configure the survey settings. So that automatic point object snap, that's what I was just illustrating, the fact that it can, all you have to do is hover over any part of the point and it will snap to the actual point location instead of accidentally snapping to the ends of the symbol geometry, because that symbol is drawn geometry, whereas those big X's you saw were not. They were just representations of a point. Okay. Now this next guy right here, to automatically compare the points, the Carlson points that you have in a drawing, compare them to the coordinate file that you have associated with that drawing when you start it up. So it's going to take a look at whatever the coordinate file last assigned to that drawing when it was saved last. And it's going to look at the points in the drawing. They can be different. They can have different locations and yet still have the same point numbers. If you want to see that when you start up a new, when you first open up a drawing, then turn that switch on. Okay. If you're really comfortable with keeping track in your mind as to what's comfortable and what's not, you not necessarily need to do that. And it might keep from alarming some users, but it's just a check to see how they compare. There's other tools that will allow you to compare one to the other, once you're into the drawing too. So again, it's just behavior that's set by default. And if you should happen to have a case where there are points that have been placed in the drawing using a particular symbol, and for whatever reason, you no longer have access to that symbol. Maybe you've pointed to a different block library location, or you've moved the point around. You can have it if you are a member of Carlson Community, and that's just an online community of Carlson users. Doesn't cost you a thing to be part of that community. It will, and if you're connected to the internet, it can automatically go and check Carlson community if you're missing a particular symbol, and will download it for you. Okay. Now, enable transparent point commands. Those are these guys. Let me show you. Let me turn this back. Show automatic on. Yeah, so these automatic point commands are these where you can do gets a 2D coordinate based on a point number, 3D, so that would get the actual elevation as well, station offset, the PI between two tangents, can, go to a tangent, find the centroid of an area, although that's now available as a snap. Angle, distance, bearing, distance, and then point filtering. Those are all available as transparent commands, which means you type a little, let's say if I'm going to draw a little polygon. I'm going to go from point number 13. So I'm going to go to 13, and I want to go to the intersection of 14 to 13 and 5 to 10. So I want to go to basically where the PI is right there. So these being those little individual points, that would be a bearing. So I'm going to click that. And now you see that BBPT. And if you know what those command designations are, you can type that right in the middle of running this command, and it will. Why is it unable to open the file? Because I opened it up in the other file and it's still locked apparently. All right, so let's see if I. All right, so now we'll go back to that and draw, say, from 13. Whoops. 13, and I'm going to go to the bearing intersection of, say, options. Pick a point or a point number for the first base point would be, I'll just say 14. Define the first angle by points. Pick a point for the first point that defines the first bearing, that's 13. And now the second point might be, say, 5, and then it's going to go by points to 10. Oh, sorry. Let's see, where did I go? So pick a point, so a point. All right, so 10. I missed a prompt here somewhere. Point, nothing. I'm going to give it, it's going to intersect if I do it backwards here. If I say 5. Second point that defines the second bearing. That's what I'm meant to do, was that way. Well, all right, so try to do it right this time. So if I go bearing, now pick a point. So 14 defined by points. Pick a point for the first point that defines the first bearing. Well, I don't need to do. Pick a point for the second base point was 10 by points, 5 to 10. All right, so I'll keep missing something in my prompts here. So give me an O for options here, a minute, prompt for angle, prompt for offsets. Okay. Pick it for the first base point is 14. Define the first angle. For the first point that defines the first bearing, 14 to 13. Now the second base point is 5 by points. Apparently I'm missing. Let's do 13. So if we do that by from 14 to 13 points. Well, we'll come back to that one. I'm obviously misunderstanding it, but that is what that command allows you to do. You notice when it did this, it put in here the fact that it was resuming the 2D polyline command. And you see that parentheses BBPT, that's a bearing point intersection. And you see that little apostrophe right in front of it. That's the same way that you can do any type of thing. If I just do a standard polyline, and if I want to start at the midpoint of, say, this 10 to 13, I don't have to have that snap on. I could just type apostrophe mid. Well, how about apostrophe end? All right, let me turn the snaps off. P line. Yeah, I should be able to do. May not be invoked transparently. Oh, well, it sure used to be able to. Why not? I guess I just type it. Yeah, so I can just start at the midpoint of, say, that. And I'm going to go to the end. So that's the transparent part, apparently not with the apostrophe. So now if I think this works directly with a CAD command. So P line. So that transparent BBPT. How about apostrophe BBPT? Yeah. All right. So you would have to type the apostrophe, and it's any of these particular snap or computations. These are those transparent point commands. Whereas you can also use transparent snapping, but you don't need the apostrophe in standard CAD work. All right. So anyway, that's what that setting was for. To enable transparent point commands that allows you to, once you're familiar with what those are, you can be drawing geometry and actually basically do a COGO command that establishes a point, but it's basically just configuring where a location happens to be. It wouldn't necessarily drop a point, a Carlson point there. It's just to find where that particular point is. And so we're going to take our lunch break here in a minute, and I will actually work out that, what I'm missing about that. I'm getting something backwards. So I'll figure out what that is and show you when we come back. All right. So that will finish, well, these land development desktop. Anybody used that before in their past, land development desktop?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So this LDT fieldbook codes, this is just a way that you can use you can add in, you can add a raw description and a substitution codes that let you basically change your point descriptions based on those field codes if you basically use field to finish with land desktop. Okay. So that's what that's there for. Not very many people that I've ever run into have used that at all. They just basically pretty much start over again with just standard field to finish coding. But that's a way to allow you to do that in case you're still using those old coordinate files. Okay. So that is the survey settings, and then when we come back after lunch, we'll take a look at, we don't really need to look much at Surface, I'll pop that in, but then the startup and the drawing startup, project data folders, and then this general settings has a lot of implication on what we do, on how we work with things. We've already been talking about some of the things like this automatic linking that doesn't appear to work with the raw file updates. But if we were to move, say, this point, I'm just going to do a CAD move, and I'll move it down here. Oh, let's undo that. It's a very good illustration of, I redid those points back with that switch off. So let me redraw the points again. So the switch will be on. So I'm going to draw all. Where's my, there we go. So now if I were to move this point just with a CAD move, way to go, AutoCAD. No, it didn't. See, that should have followed suit. So if I were to do any change, oh, let me see, perhaps 5 to 10 to 13-16. I thought I did all that. All right. Then if I move 13, yeah, see now the switch is working because I drew that apparently when I had the switch off and I had the linking off. So any change in those coordinate positions, and these are just, I'm moving it, as long as that CRD file gets updated, so it asks me to update the coordinate file, I'll say yes. It's going to pull the line with it, or the vertex of the line work that was created by the point number. It's going to go through it. Now, one thing to be aware of, if you do a lot of grip edits of polylines, for instance, if I did this and my intent was to have 0.14 there and 15 here, it does not work in the opposite direction. A change in line work does not pull the point. A change in the point pulls the line work. But be aware of this. Any change in my coordinate file that will trigger an update. Notice 14 and 15 are here, and this line was created by 14 and 15. So any change that may have triggered that, and if I look at my 0.13, I had a little extra H on that description. I'm going to take that off. I'll say, okay, once I do that, it still looks like my line was safely edited by grips. But if I do a regen, I'm going to regen all. Okay, great. The 2025 version re-affiliates that. So let me change this to something that will update. Yeah, so it redid that point, but not this point. All right, so the AutoCAD version is making a liar out of me on almost everything here. So normally what happens is if you grip edit a polyline, it comes away from the point that created it. Anything that triggers a change in the coordinate file will reconstruct that line work. And you might not be looking, you may be over here working on something and not realize that you've now changed the edit that you made to this line by doing a grip edit. Okay, so if you do there, you know, let's say we did some arcs and stuff here. And then if you move, okay, so it is honoring the segment conversion correctly. So, you know, a couple of things, just have to know how that behavior works. And that, see, that stays a tangent, that stays an arc, arc, tangent. All right. So, but it follows the points. And if you should move this, do a regen, doesn't change it. If I change this, that pulls just for that particular point. Okay, so the 2025 version, at least in the IntelliCAD version, any change that triggers that will update the entire line, not just that particular point. So this is probably the preferred behavior. So I would have to make sure each of those points were created, or we could also see the result like this if we redraw those points. Yeah, so redrawing the points, if I redrew each of those 3 points that were changed, it pulls that grip edited line back into that original position. So be aware of how that part works. This linking is really sort of one directional. Move a point, the line goes with it. Move the line, the point does not go with it, but if you redraw the point, it will pull the line back to its original location, the line work. Okay. So that's important when you're dealing with things like property boundaries and drawing parcels and things like that. So if you move a point that's a corner, that parcel is going to update, and that's going to possibly, you know, affect what you're doing. So if you don't want that behavior, uncheck that switch in the settings. And we'll come back and look at all of those when we come back after lunch. Okay. So with that, at this point, I will ask if there are any questions.
Yes. You had is this the point of transparency? Is that only in IntelliCAD or is that
No.
AutoCAD?
No, the transparent point commands, that's both versions. In fact, this is it in
Where
auto.
do you find that?
All right, so where I got it from was a toolbar over here. It's now you could just notice that there are let me see if we can find them. You can do all these locates here. So these are the point commands. It doesn't tell you here that they're transparent, but
Oh,
but where those commands are, and the fact that we do have them available, is if I right click any of my interface up here, I'm going to set, when I choose this, I'm going to choose various toolbars to have out. Okay. And so it's not a AutoCAD toolbar, it's a Carlson toolbar. And if I scroll that down, look down here, there it is, transparent
okay.
and selection commands. You can select with those as well. So, and when you do that, it pops the toolbar out, and I just dragged it over and docked it on the right-hand side of my screen. It's this one right here that you see me hover over the title bar, and it says transparent point / selection commands.
Okay. Thank you.
Pat, anybody else?
No, sir.
Everybody hungry? So sorry to run you a little bit past here, but you know, it's hard to find natural breaks in these particular contents. So and let me pull this guy back out here so I can be reminded to figure out that bearing. We can see how to use that. Okay, so we're going to get our full hour. So let's come back at 20 till and 20 till the next hour. So go ahead and take your full hour for lunch. Try to clear the cobwebs. No need to try to practice over lunch, no bonus points for that. So we'll go from there. Let me see. Sorry, I saw a chat pops up. Who can? Yes, it's never a good practice to move points. That is correct, Lisa. It is not a good practice. It is not what we call best management practices to just drag points graphically on the screen. You can certainly do that. You have the freedom to. Usually, though, we would want to use something that specifically computed that point in a new location. Either we erased it or we just do a new, let's say if I wanted to move this point number 12 to the midpoint here instead of that end point, then I would be more inclined to say draw locate points. And I would say right here, I would change that to point number 12. Okay. And screen pick, and I would pick in the midpoint of that line. And that was a new T for traverse. Oops, sorry, new. It just said new. What's it? Elevation 0. And that was a new T. And I would get this. Okay, so these are all kinds of things. And I would just say overwrite with the new coordinates and boom, there it goes. All right, so if that's what I wanted to do. So again, that might be more beneficial than say moving, say from the endpoint to there. And if I do that, it will certainly do it, move it back. But I happen to be aware of the fact that it is going to update for me automatically because I had that switch on. And you notice down here at the bottom, it says updated point 12 by the editor reactor. And that was that switch. This is link points with the coordinate file. So now if you double click that, you see it's right there. It doesn't give you that message of dual locations. Okay. So Lisa's right in that it's not a good idea to just willy-nilly move points unless you really know what you're doing and your intent is to move that to a new location and you confirm those new locations. But you might want to actually do something that brings up that opportunity to get out of your mistake by asking you to confirm again. Do you want to overwrite it or do you want to, if you do, you want to renumber it or assign a new number? Okay. So all of those things make sense. All right. And again, we're going to, since you've been so patient, I'm going to give you an extra 2.5 minutes. So we're going to come back at quarter till. All right. Unless there's any other questions. Everything good?
Yes.
Okay, folks, enjoy your lunch. See you back in a bit. Let me turn that recording back on. So if we put this in from here and we want to go to the intersection of just say a bearing intersection. So the first base point would be 9, and we want to define the first angle by points. Pick a point for the first point that defines the first bearing. All right, I'm going to do this backwards. And let's see if that lets us figure it out. Just appears to be broken, actually. So if I do, let's try the distance. Oh, sorry. Go from there and use a distance intersect. Okay. So the first base point would be 9. And the first distance would be to there. And the second base point would be here, and the second distance would be there. So now those two circles would intersect in one of two places. So if I pick B, then that would work. So that one works. It's just the bearing defined by points appears to be broken. Wow. Okay, well, enough of that. If I even did that like, instead of a transparent, if I did a located intersection bearing, all right, pick a point or a point number. To use preview point or select first base point. Enter to use the preview point or select the first base point. So if I say enter, so define the first, let's see here. Pick a point or point number. So 9. Defined by points. We're going to go 5 to 9. All right, so that established that bearing. And then it says pick a point and point number. So 16 by points, 15 to 16. So yeah, see, that works in that fashion. That should be where that was. So it will actually compute a point position. It's just not allowing to draw pick a point or point number. The first base point is 9. Let's go by points and let's go from 5 to 9. I'm using geometry now and not the point numbers. 16 by points and go from, see, error, unable to calculate intersection. Yeah, so that happens to be broken. Sorry about that, folks. All right. So moving ahead. Every class gives me something I have to write home about. And I mean, let Carlson know. So back to our settings that we were talking about. On the settings menu, this is the settings explorer, and this is what you saw in the training guide back here previously, this business right here on page 10. And it lets you look at, you know, all things, or if you close up these, wow. No, that wasn't helpful. 2024. You know what? Let me see if I've got something wrong with my 2024 version. I'm going to go ahead and jump into the 2025 version. It should be close enough together. Maybe there's some kind of configuration issue going on. So we had our, oh, didn't even save it. I That's example 1. Okay, now. So if we go from 9 by points, try this one last time here. So 5 to 9. And then 16 by points, 15 to 16. Unable to calculate intersection. Make sure they're all. Ah, that may be why. Let's draw all our points all over again. All right, so 15 was actually not where I was grabbing it. That's why it was, I think, why it might have been that. All right, so if we draw our polyline, this time from the middle point, using the bearing, pick this base point by points, so 5 to 9. This point by points, 15 to 9. Still unable. So if we do it graphically, pick a point number. Let's just do graphics. The first base point. So that would be that point by points. Pick a point is that point by points. Nope, still remains broken. So that's one that's slipped through the cracks. All right, so resuming and wrapping up our settings. If we look at our settings Explorer for a minute, this is what I was showing you about, that you could have access to all of the answers in all of the different commands. So there's CADNet, Civil Construction Field, Geotech, GIS, Hydrology, Point Clouds, then here's Survey, and then it has all of these different command sets, basically menus, where you would find those individual commands. Like right now, we're trying to do a COGO command, for instance, and if we did a locate intersection bearing, so basically it holds the value as to whether it should prompt us for the angle and whether it should prompt us for an offset value. Now, those are things that you can preset, or you can set those in the options when you run the command, or you can store them here. And that basically, can wrap up that whole set of settings on those individual bases, or go all the way up to the top would be the same thing as going to settings, Carlson configure. So now let's finish up this global top-down setting and see what we've looked at. We've been looking at those survey settings and playing around with some of those linking commands. So what do we have next? Under our surface settings. Now this has a number of things that apply to surface modeling. And the upper part is if you are using grid modeling, or if you're going to create a grid surface, which is generally not what we'll do in survey. It's typically used in mining and geotech, things that have potentially multiple strata under a single given point. And that's just a more efficient way of computing volumes and such, is to use gridding. But there is a couple of things that we do want to do to turn on here is, excuse me, we want to make sure that we have our track 10 history turned on. And you want to include detailed source data and track surface data changes. So if you see those three options in your version, make sure they are on. It helps us to carry forward any particular surface file edits that we may imply. And Lisa, was it you, I believe, that used Civil 3D before? This is akin to when you have created a surface and you have one of the options is you have a list, basically a history of edits that you may have made, like merging with other surfaces or removing a point or swapping edges of triangles, things like that. And it lets you go back and selectively apply those changes. And Carlson has the same thing now, but you have to have these things on that you want to track them so that you can reapply them. I don't generally do that because I don't recommend using I don't generally recommend doing direct edits onto terrain models. I like to figure out what has caused the error in building the surface and then go back to the data that built that surface and fix the data so that it doesn't cause that problem again. You could do something like if you've got a bad point elevation, and so you look at the resulting surface model and you may have a spike in it that's thousands of feet high or low or something. And one of your surface edits could be to remove a point from the surface. And you could select that point and it would recompute the surface, and therefore, the surface would be correct at that stage. But if you should ever have to go back and reconstruct the surface from the data again, if you haven't fixed the original point and fixed the problem with the original point that caused the problem in the first place, then you would just have that edit to have to make all over again. Except for if you track your surface data changes and track the 10 history. So with those on, you can reapply those. But again, it's not my recommendation to do your surface edits that way, but sometimes we just do. Sometimes it might be too complex of a fix, whereas we can go in and just manipulate some triangles and take care of it. So I would recommend having those on and just leaving those on. Okay. Now, the next one we want to take a look at is right above that, surface settings. And these are our startup settings. So when you look at that, you're going to see a number of things that happen when you start up the software. You can assign a template name as a default drawing template. You can give it a starting folder. So you see that project folder is set to see Carlson projects like you saw when I started up. A particular profile name that is a saved AutoCAD profile. And then AutoCAD command switch, it just doesn't splash up the AutoCAD or the Autodesk logo. And it runs this particular product, which is, it basically it finds all the different products that I have installed and That's the one that at installation that I told it to use. So that's basically where I can switch that. And you can skip the splash screen. That's Carlson splash screen. And no menu resetting. Carlson stays as a partial menu so that you don't replace other menus you may have in use, and Carlson just adds to it. Now, I would recommend leaving that unchecked unless you really know how to, take care of those user interface issues. Okay. This Carlson 24, that's my Carlson 24 DWT as a drawing template. If I choose that browse button, this is going to look in this folder location right here, which is under Drive C, users, my login name, app data, roaming, Autodesk, AutoCAD 2024, R24.3, ENU template. All right, that's because the software is configured to look in that location for drawing templates. So I've got in here a named plot styles 3D. These are all of the installed AutoCAD pre-built templates. You're going to get down to some of these others here, and you're going to see Carlson National CAD Standards, Civil, Carlson 22, 23, 24. These are all different symbols. You've got one here called Civil Demo, all of these other additional ones from Autodesk. So I'm going to switch mine at this point to just use this Carlson National CAD Standards, say open. And now you can see that that's up there and say, okay. And it needs to be restarted, of course, because I'm not doing a new drawing yet. So we'll see how that looks in a minute. So now that was our startup settings. And then if you look at the button above it, this is our drawing setup. Okay, different from our application startup. And these are where, if you remember when I started in with my wizard, it came in with a 1 inch equals 30 feet. That's where I set this as my horizontal scale. Maybe I want that to be 20 instead of 30. And a vertical scale, let's make that 5. And what you see here is like when you're doing profiles and cross sections, you may have a vertical exaggeration, in which case there's a 4-time vertical exaggeration. So it sets those particular scales. Symbol size, text size, again, think of those plotted inches, and a line type scaler, the one, a line type. Now, over here on the right-hand side, I've got these attribute layout IDs. And you can either click that button or pull down the list. I guess the button's not going to help me any, but if I pull down this list, I've got 0 through 9 as a different layout for each of these types of points. So if I look at 0, that's going to be, you see a little preview, is going to show a point number first, elevation is second, description is third, and the point number would be centered above the top of the point, elevation would be off to the right of the point, and the description is centered below the point, and it uses slanted text. Point number 1, that's our default typically out of the box. It's point number centered, description centered, elevation off to the right. I happen to like number 2, where they're all lined up left justified to the right of the point. And the point would be just to the left of the elevation too. You've got all these different options. You can see, changing the order of the, like here's one with the point number on the bottom, for instance, number 7. So whichever one you prefer. Here's one for number 3, for instance, if you are plotting, if you're drawing a bunch of spot elevations, you might want the elevations to be drawn at 45 degrees to the symbol. And, you may have seen topo maps like that where spot elevations are sort of ticked up at an angle. So you can have it do that, and then you would freeze off the point number in the description, but keep the elevation showing at that. So you can choose that. And again, these are just defaults as to what's in play as you start. The rest of these using descriptions, elevations, locate on the real z-axis. So if a point does have an elevation, put it at that elevation. Otherwise, it can always be done down at 0 elevation, even though it carries an elevation, and the software will read that elevation out of the database and treat it as if it is drawn at its particular location. I myself like to have them located on the real z-axis so that they're always where they're supposed to be. Instrument rod height, prompting for symbol names, label 0 elevations, yes or no. And the instrument rod height would be where it's going to prompt you for those things if you're doing like a bunch of COGO commands. But I would say when you get into, that would be a case of, for instance, reading hand entered field notes where they recorded those values and you had to put that into your calculations. Most of us have data collectors that are going to record all of that stuff in the data collector. We don't generally recreate all of that stuff when we run a computation. So I generally don't have my instrument rod height turned on. Again, you can turn them on when you run those commands if you need them later on. So you can see all the different settings that we can use for that. Jumping back to the left side again, the symbol name right now is SPT9. If I choose that set, right down there was that SPT9. That was that plus mark. You see it there. You could use an X, you could use a little circle, a solid circle, solid filled in. Any number of these could be your default symbol. Any of those things, any of, points and wipeouts and trees and inlets, and even, some CNG symbols, national CAD standards. Here's, say, communications. So you got all these little symbols that come out of those types of mapping symbols. Go up a layer, power, a layer, property, so there's just a wealth of things that you can use and you can make your own. So it's just, what do you want to use as your default point symbol if you haven't assigned it anything else? Below that, just like we had for the instrument height and rod height, you can set your vertical angle, where you can have, you're not going to use any vertical angles, or if you do, you can tell it, I want to use 0 degrees level, or 90 degrees means level. So either zenith angles or elevation angles. I'm just going to leave mine off. I typically don't want to I don't want to be prompted to have to keep it hitting enter to just put in 0, 0, 0 all the time. And then a particular system, by default, I would normally set this up to be, predefined, user-defined grid system. And now my default, I would normally use my NAD 83 Pennsylvania South in my 2011 because that's what my surveying instruments are going to collect in. And I'll say, okay. Now, that was that drawing setup. And again, we're setting defaults. Okay. Now you're going to notice, because when we exit this command, it's going to tell us that, hey, we changed the drawing setup. Do you want to make that happen for this drawing as well as future drawings, or just future drawings? You'll see that happen and we'll set it accordingly. So now on the project data folders button, going over to the left-hand side, second one down, we choose that this is our little business of these sorry, I'm trying to get that to pinch. Those are these folders that we could pre-build a structure for and then pre-assign our data. This is very useful if you have a large company with maybe multiple office locations. And if everybody uses this same structure, then you would know where to find particular files. So if I switch this to project folder, you can set up a subfolders setup where you would create a list of folders that you want to see every time you declare a project. And you can see there's more than just Carlson data in here. I've got PDFs, I've got deliverables. I could have, photos, I could have contract specifications, I could have, emails or whatever. So you build that structure, and then you go to your data type subfolders and you define where files of these particular style, where are they going to be living? And so if you look down here, you might notice if I go all the way to the bottom, I've got 271, at least in this version. And these are all of the different extensions that you would have. So if I see a file that has a CRB instead of a CRD file, I would look at this and look up here, see it's a coordinate file. And I'm going to put my coordinate files in one of those folders, which you see was the same that I had just looked at before over here, when I created that with the other button. So that would be where I'd put that. But let's say I didn't know what a CRB file was. I saw a CRD, but what's a CRB? Well, I'll look over here and I say, oh, that's a template curb definition. So that defines the curb in a template. I say, oh, okay, so that's a civil thing. I don't necessarily need it. You can limit this by category. See, and here's my survey, for instance. I've only got, which whoever made these category assignments is a little weird. I can even edit and add these categories. And then once I'm here, I can move that to a particular other category. So somebody has created all these different categories and they missed a few, like survey. Why is there no CRD in survey? Why is there no deed description settings? There, it's just goofy. But in any case, here is what you need to sort of understand about this, even if you don't use this methodology. First of all, you don't have to assign any of these files. You don't have to assign every file. Let's say these culvert settings, CLTs. Right now, they're just sitting at the default location of whatever the project is, whatever that named starting point into those files is. Never been assigned. You could pull this down and assign it if you wish, or leave it just as it is, and it would basically start you looking for those files right there. Some files tend to be settings based, and there's one that says draw leader with text. Those are, there's compliance area from grid settings. So you see they're typical setting type files. So you would put them in your settings locations, and that settings is a separate one. Here's our program settings, which is a different one than settings. Settings is actually from a previous go around, and it reads whatever is defined as your settings location that we saw back over in this other kind of startup place. All right, or we see in here our see, there's a current project folder, and then we got this settings folder down here. So if we used a separate settings folder, we could point things to these different locations. And in fact, I'm using this is my 2025 version, which has just been basically continued from upgrades. So I would typically use a 2025 as my default, for instance, to set that as my settings folder. Okay, so here's the thing to remember, though, as to what you can use. is, let's say you don't use that system, but you want to know what that particular file type is that you saw. What kind of file is that? Just run this command under that project data folders, switch it temporarily to project folder, and then hit the data type subfolders, and then go up here and scroll this down until you find the extension that you're looking for. There's a BPS. What is it? It's a building placement settings. Okay. And you can scroll these down because every one that they have in here is documented as to what it is. So for no other reason than that, and then just either cancel or set it back and whatever, so that you don't change what you're using, but use it to help you find out information about the software. Okay. And that brings us now finally to our general settings button. And this is the biggie that has all of our behavior modification information with it. Okay. So looking basically at three different columns, the column on the left is where we can control certain behaviors, one of which is to use a startup wizard, yes or no. So remember when we started the software and we were stepping through that wizard, you saw that little checkbox at the bottom left that said skip startup wizard next time. If you were to do that and finish going through it, it would no longer use the wizard. This is the only place you can turn that startup wizard back on. Okay, so it's under the general settings. Now, the next two have to do with recording logs of usage. And there, I've never really found much benefit in doing this other than if you're trying to see how fast you can consume disk space, then by all means, knock yourself out and see how big a file you can make. But that report log, for instance, every time you run a report, whether that is listing points or getting a super elevation rate table report, on a civil design, all of these various reports and stuff, if you generate a report log, it doesn't just log the fact that you did that particular report, it logs the entire report into that report log. And the next time you run another command, it just keeps adding all of that report information to the tail end of the other report information. So, the thinking there was, that way you could go back and, see a report that you ran in the past. Now, here's my counter to that as a means of keeping your system clean, is that you can always go back one level. I'm just leave yours up. I'm going to cancel this and show you. There's that little confirmation, by the way. I'm going to say future drawings only. But you can always, on the inquiry menu, display the last report. Okay. So if you ran a report and there was the one that was, I don't know, curve information, degree of curve, tangent in and out, that was something I did in that Kogo. No, actually it wasn't. I'm in a different version. That's right. I'm in 2025. So on March 21st, I ran a command that read my curve information. Okay. So it keeps track of that. But it's really quite simple to, let's say if you needed to go back and re-list your points, just run the report again. Just go to points, list points, and you can see your reports. There they are. There's the points, and those are the ones that I've created. You may or may not have done any. So that's sort of my feelings on that switch, is that you don't need to use that log. You can always recreate those. Same thing for a drawing save log. It just lists the time, the location, and the person doing it as to whoever's, time and date, and the user that saved a particular drawing. Now, the next one is a little bit important, called save your drawing INI files. Now, these are just text files. They are what in the old days of the early days of Windows 3 point whatever, they were used as configuration files for your computer. And they're called INI for initiation files. And so, but they're just text files. And here's what they hold. If I go to, let's go to our File Explorer. I'm going to go to my location here, Drive C, Carlson Projects, my class, the survey class, and here's my data sets. Now I've got over here a bunch of files. I'm going to choose type to sort by type, and I'm going to look for a file that shows up as, if I can, oh, configuration settings. Right here, that's an INI file. Now you see there's none, I don't have any of those files in these other, with these other blank files that we've got in our data set. If I were to look, for instance, up, let's go up to one that we've done some work with. Here we go, by type, and I see, all right, here's a bunch of these. There's class example 1, grading design 1 and 2, grading design complete. So these are all files that I've worked on, and every time you work on a file, it will create these INI files if we tell it to use it. So if I double click that and see what is included, that tells me there's my project path for that file. It tells me I had assigned a centerline file as whatever my project path is, called junk.cl. I had used a coordinate file, same thing, exercise 1 dash coordinates. The current cell file, that's the actual point symbol, doesn't really help me a whole lot there. It's when it's used in microstation format. Field to finish name, that was my test.fld, that's my field code file. So I've got all of these different things that I could be, and see here's another one where the coordinates are, are done there. If I look at another one that might be a bit larger, let's look at this one here called RoadNet. So you see all of these different settings. Now what this is for is it starts to build this file, and it builds it from the bottom up every time I make a change or an assignment. So here's a project assignment for a basic 2-lane template, TPL. Here was a basic 2-lane with shoulders.tpl. Here's another basic 2-lane with shoulders.tpl, but you see it's in a different location. So what this does is, if you keep it, and the value of having these is, let's say you're sharing this file with somebody else, some other user, but you don't necessarily include all of this information. I've got, here's station settings. I've got a phase 6 original ground 10. That's a surface file that came out of a Civil 3D drawing. And I used it with this file. I also used this one called RoadNet merged.10. So this gives me, again, that bit of a paper trail that I can go back and look at this and find out files that I've used and associated with this drawing, and go back and include those and make sure I send those off to my other users. Okay, so it's just a record of what you've been using. So I find some real value in doing that. But again, totally unnecessary. You do not have to do it. You would just, miss out on tracking that. So there you go. Save settings to the drawing directory. Now that means anytime you change a setting, it's going to go wherever your drawing is and store there. But a lot of times you want your settings to go to a central location, so that it doesn't matter what drawing you're working on, you can always find the settings in that location. So that's why I don't have it on. Ignore zero elevations means when you are building your surfaces, do not, even though you might select things that have zero elevation, when you grab your data to build the surface, it will ignore it if it is at zero elevation. So it's a nice way of us not having to, turn layers on and off and ignore things. So it's useful. Now, Sierra, you happen to be down on the Gulf Coast, Gulf of America, I guess we call it now. So it's entirely possible that you could have elevations that have a zero elevation value, that's actually truly at sea level, and you would want those to be included for your surface modeling if you'd like. Okay. Now, there is a particular YouTube video done actually by the Carlson company itself, where the guy who's pretty much their survey guy, his name is Doug Aberg, Aaberg, and he's pointing out that, yeah, use that switch on there because really it has to be exactly zero, so everything's going to have at least a little bit of something. So he recommends leave the switch on and go. But I mean, I can prove to him that you sometimes will have points that have an exact elevation of zero, and you might need them to be part of your surface building. So just be aware whether it's on or off. And remember, these are just defaults and pre-build settings. So when I do the actual terrain modeling, I have the option to turn that on and off there as well. Okay. So the rest of those, the dynamic view twist angle, dimension scale, set A units to the drawing scale. That's A units is the alternate units, I think, is what that's doing. And the PD size, you remember when I looked at the points and I turned it on to use those X's, you can have it make sure it uses the same size as the symbol size if you use those. I don't generally use them. Set your insertion units to unitless so it doesn't try to do any type of like architectural 12-time multiplier or division to bring those in if you're inserting drawings. If you wanted to always set your UCS to world coordinates when you start up, you can do that. But again, sometimes it's important to not do that. Set your line type scale on startup to the drawing setup value of line type scale. Generally, I just leave that unchecked and I keep track of that because there's a difference in the way Carlson used to treat line type scaling and the way it does now, whether we used AutoCAD patterned lines or whether we use Carlson patterned lines. And that comes from the legacy days of when AutoCAD could not do line types very well. And so Carlson had to write their own in those days. So that was what is there for. So I generally leave it alone, but just keep a track on it manually. Now, this next one, use software rendering. Hopefully all of yours is unchecked. I have mine checked because I'm actually running this software on a Macintosh computer, not a Windows computer. I'm actually running Windows. The entire shebang of Windows is running as a program on my Mac. So you can see here I am with this, as my PDF, but you can see right here, I'm running this on a Mac. And so that's why this one is set to use software rendering, because the emulator that this is running through cannot access the actual video card hardware to do its rendering. So it does it all in software. But hopefully you don't have that checked, so you can take advantage of your video card and any acceleration that it has built into that as well. All right, now enable the file selection graphic preview is when you go to open up a file, whether or not you can see down in the lower right-hand corner a little graphic preview, whether it's an alignment, a profile, a surface, something like that. And then set menu bar on startup. And that means I I tend to use my commands from the menu itself. I turn off my ribbon because that ribbon takes up, you know, 1.5 or 2 inches of vertical screen space. And I'd rather not use that myself because of having to relearn, you know, new tool locations. It's not to say that that ribbon interface is bad. In fact, it is probably fairly good, and it groups commands more in a workflow nature than in a category nature. I'm not sure exactly what to say, but you can also always still have access to the pull down menus as well as the ribbons. So use that as you wish. The AutoCAD menu, and right now mine's set to switch to regular AutoCAD, is whatever there's a toolbar up here, or you can choose it also from the menu to switch, and you can see it right here, this third toolbar down on the left. There's a little survey instrument, a roadway, a cloud, a globe. So that's survey, civil, hydro, GIS, uh, geology, construction, surface mining, CADNet, you know, all these different ones. Get all the way out to the end, and there is AutoCAD. So if I were to switch that, then this tells it which menu to load. It's going to load the regular AutoCAD menu in its place. And then I'd have to go back and come back into my Carlson menu set to reload Carlson. Because again, I'm really only just running AutoCAD. This is just stuff that rides on top of it. Now, right here, use annotated scale and set the annotated to drawing scale. This was, we mentioned earlier this morning, the fact that we're setting those text sizes, the plot sizes and all. And if you remember, I'll go ahead and set this off here. And I'm going to draw, locate those points again. All right, so you see the sizes of those points. And if I wanted to, and let's say I'm running this, I'm at an inch equals 20 feet scale. If I were to change this to be an inch to 50 scale, now that's going to change my drawing units to be 4 if I'm 80% of a tenth of an inch. So instead of when I was at 20, that was at 1.6 feet. So if I were to change this scale and say, okay, nothing changed here, right? If I wanted those to change to the new sizes, I would have to draw locate points again. So it erases these and redraws them. Or because I have that switch under cross and configure general settings, use annotative scale. Now watch what happens if I come down here to the bottom of my status bar, and you see that 1 inch equals 50 feet. If I choose 1 inch equals 20 feet, keep your eye on the point sizes. And of course, nothing happened. Oh, there they go, finally. So no, even at that, it's me drawing this. All right, so that is not, okay, I know what I'm looking for. So I'm back at 50. Am I here at my drawing setup is 50? Okay. What I need to do is when I draw these points, I need to use annotative points, which is apparently on my point defaults. Yes, use annotative points. Okay. So what this is going to mean, and now I'm going to draw the points over again so you can see how they change. So draw locate points, I'll draw them all. So there they are at 50 scale at 80%. So if I do a standard distance, if I go, say the height of that T, I see that that's 4 feet essentially. You see down here 3.9699. So 4 feet That's 80% of 50 scale. Now, if I switch my scaling, instead of 50, say I make that 20 and say, okay. If you notice down here in the lower right, this switched itself to 1 inch equals 20. And now if I do a distance, the size of that T is 1.6 feet, okay? If I were to change that setting, let's make it 5 even. So you see how, remember how close these were together? And so 80% of 5 would be what, 0.4. So if I look at the height of that text, right there-ish, there's 0.4102. So by setting my point defaults on to use annotative points, if I have that on, when it draws the points, those will change when I change my drawing setup. If I put this back to, say, instead of 5, let's go back to make it 30. So you see how it's still 8/100ths of an inch at 30 scale, but they're still at the exact same coordinate location, but the height automatically redraws itself. Now, if you have in your point defaults, that is unchecked, then if you draw your points, draw locate points, draw them all. So now they've erased and redone it. And now if I change my drawing scale again to from 30, let's say put it back to 5, notice it did not change them, even though my annotative scaling is automatically switching. And so to get these to change, I just simply have to redraw them again. So draw locate points and just draw all, and you'll see now they're the same place, but just different heights. You also have choices on the points menu where you can change these, edit the point attributes, and you can resize the point attributes. That's how you could do that to tell it to change those. But if you are using annotative scaling, let me points defaults. If I use annotative points, then the points are going to automatically resize themselves if I happen to change the scale of the drawing. Okay, so anything that is annotative will do that. Any type of text, any dimension, any type of label or annotation, if it has a property called whether or not it's annotative. So if I do just a simple text command, I'm going to start here. I'll make a height of, let's keep it that 0.4 at east, and I'm going to call this one test text for annotation. Okay, boom, boom. One piece of text. Now, if I look at that and I look over in my properties, you see where it says annotative, yes or no? It is not. So if I were to change my annotation, I'm going to change from 5 to 10. Let me do this back at point defaults. I'm using annotative. Yes, let's draw the points again so that they come in correctly. Now, so when I changed from that 5 to 10, now if I go from that to say 30, notice my points reacted, my text did not. If I bring that back to 5, there they are. Now, if, however, this is set to be annotative, then it's going to ask me, notice this value right here says paper text height. That was that, if you remember that text plot size and text size scaler I was telling you about, that's plotted inches. If I were doing this on a piece of paper, plotting it out. And that also has to get into these layout tabs down here outside of model space as to whether they react accordingly. Now, because it is now set to be annotative, watch what happens when I change from, say, 1 inch equals 5 to 1 inch equals 10. You see how that changed to a different size? Not only that, but let's say at 10 scale, maybe it was too big and it wrote over top of something else. And so I needed to move it up here at 10 scale. Now, if I come back to 5, see it's here. In fact, let me do a line from the insert of the text down here. Now, if I switch that back to, say, 10, you see how it was moved to a different location? If I switch to 20, it stays where it originally was, unless I should happen to move it while I'm at that. And I could even, do a rotation. So let's say if I were to plot this at 20 scale, I would rearrange my text to look like that. If I plot it at 5 scale, all right, so the rotation is holding. Let's undo. I guess it's just position. It's not rotation that will hold it. So anyway, if I move those back and forth between, 1 inch equals 5, that was the original. 1 inch equals 10, it was up there that I moved it to, and 1 inch equals 20, I moved it down to there. So you can see how this has its advantages in and the fact that I also can tell it that when I say something up here, let's say I'm going to make it 100 scale, I draw. Okay. Now, when I do that, they're obviously, some of them are jammed in on top of each other. And this is, if I look at this piece of text that I originally had it at 100 or at 20 scale, if I select that and I look over here, I see, yes, it is annotative, and the annotation scale is 1 inch equals 100 feet, and its paper text size is 0.08. So if it were plotted at 0.08 inches on the paper, so that would be 8 units tall in the real ground units. And if you look right down below that, it's grayed out, but you see that 8, that's the model text height. So I don't have to keep copying text and placing them on different layers and freeze and thaw the layers. They can all just change where they're going to be. And if I change up here with my drawing setup, let's say I change that to 50. Well, it changed and it moved itself back to where it originally was. Okay. We'll go back to making this, let's say, a 10 scale drawing, so it's not quite so jammed up on top of each other. There we go. And now, one of the things you see down here, it's changing this pull down here, okay? That's because in my setting, Carlson Configure General, I've told it right down here to use annotative scale, and you can select particular scales that you want to use. I've got to support all drawing scales. And then you can say to set the annotative, that's to set this stuff on the pull down in my lower right on the status bar, set that to the drawing scale. And that's when I changed it up here under my settings menu at the top, my Carlson setup. defined the drawing scale up there. And I said, to create this, then I'm going to use this as a prefix. It's going to be an inch mark, a space, an equal, and a space. As a suffix, it's going to be a space and a foot mark, or not a space, just a foot mark. Okay, so that's why you see down here, some of these say 1 inch equals 1 inch, and some of these are just ratios, because the programmers of AutoCAD don't understand really the way surveyors and engineers use scales. That to me, 1 to 20 says 1 inch equals 20 inches. They mean it to be 1 inch equals 20 feet or 20 units, whatever it is, but they're calling that a paper unit versus a model unit. And if we do our paper in inches and our models in feet, then it happens to work out. So anyway, regardless of any of that, by changing up here, it's also going to create these on the fly as it needs them. So let's say if you make a change and for whatever reason you need a 1 inch equals 33 and a third feet, well, you see that actually becomes one of your annotation scaling. All right. So I'm going to go back to my 10, and it's going to switch my sizes of everything back on the fly. So I'm not, and again, I can reposition this. So that's it at 10. And if I moved it down here for 10, and if I then switched it to 5, you see it puts it back up there where we had it for 5. I don't see it down there at 10 unless, and you can do it this way, if you say, show annotation objects always, add scales. Okay, let's see here. There's a variable, not select, but annotation. Annotative, HP annotative. Nope, let's see. Preview. Select. Trying to find, I don't remember the name of it. I'm sorry. Display manager, final selection, Z select. AI. It's an annotative. Let's see here. Maybe that's it. Select and display, but yeah, that's what I want. All right, so right now it is off. So all right, yeah, here we go. Now, because this was an annotative object, and you see if I hover the mouse, I get the little double scale symbol showing. If I select it, you see what it does? Is it shows me all of the different places that I moved it around and all the different sizes that it created, just to give you a preview of it. Same thing with points. So you see that it's not really a very useful thing to have. It's just a preview. So I'm going to set that back to off. That's what's going on with these annotative objects, is it's remembering all of those different locations and places where they were, and whatever annotation level you're on at any given time, And if you move that stuff around, that's the position it remembers for that annotation level. And you can set, you know, specific ones here with no selection. You set it here, and that basically is the same as setting this over there on the status bar. If you select an object that is annotated, you can then assign this annotative scaling based on the ones that it has been. So remember, there's that 33 and the third, there's 1 to 20, 20, 10, 55, and up here's another 10. So that's actually two different ones, even though they both represent the same scaling. See, 1 paper unit equals 10 drawing units. So that's, you know, how it uses those numbers. All right, some are pre-built, some will. And if you say, you know, list all the scales for the selected object, I've selected that text. So these are all the different scales that text has been in the drawing for. Okay. So you could, if you didn't want that to show for 10, for instance, I'm going to select that as 10, I'm going to delete it, select this one for 10 and delete it and say, okay. And now the switch to 1 inch was 10. Now, why did that? I'm going to take that out. Okay, so now even though my setting is setting here for 10, if I look at it and I see 10 is no longer on there, so it's reading the next one to it is at 5. Okay, so it's not like it disappears because it's not defined. It just takes on the next level underneath it. Anyway, it's a lot of sort of drafting, sort of manipulation. It's not really Carlson that's doing that, other than tying under Carlson configure these settings to using that with this annotative scale, and to set annotative to the drawing scale. And then in addition to that, on your points menu, points default, whether or not you want to use annotative points. Some people like to do that, and if they change scale, the points just stay where they are, stay exactly like what they're showing. Some people never use Carlson points in a finished drawing. They'll put a symbol there, they'll draw over top of everything they need, and then they're going to erase all those points, or at least freeze them on a different layer when they plot the drawing, because they're afraid of giving the points away to somebody, blah, 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 blah. So I'm sort of not like that. I like to share information. I generally will also quite often use points to represent things in my drawing, even if, you know, maybe I don't even show any of these attributes. Maybe I turn point numbers and elevations off, and maybe I only have the description. Okay, so you can always do that. You can rearrange those individually. If I move my point attributes, and if I move, say this, maybe I'm going to put my description in a different location for that. Maybe my point number I'm going to put down here. Okay, so you can rearrange and do whatever you need for final presentation on those. But of course, if you were to redraw the points, it's going to go back to it where it was. You'd have to reposition those. You can also reposition, and this one does stay. If you move point attributes with a leader, then here's my point. I moved it with that leader. And now if I go back to points and draw locate points again, draw all, okay, notice it kept my leader placement. You know, where I wanted it to be. Now, if I were to try to Need to see something in a second. Selection. Object grouping, that's what I wanted to turn off. So if I select that, so I'm not actually moving the point, just the attributes. And let's see if I move. Not sure if that'll. Yeah, see it, when I did a redraw, it honored that placement of this, that move. And to put that back, I could just move points with attributes with leader, select a point. One of the options here is to now just restore. So if I just choose that, it's going to go back and restore it. Now notice it's a bigger size. And did I change scale? I'm back to a 10 scale and I drew these at a different scale, I think. No, it's a 5 scale, but I'm at a 10 attribute. So let's put that back to a 10 scale. There we go. All right, so a lot of things that are, and they're just cosmetic, but they have an effect on what you're doing. Now, back to this settings menu, we'll finish this up. Carlson, configure general settings. Now, these bits over here are pretty self-explanatory, how you want your coordinates to read out, northing and easting, or X and Y, which is east and north, document formats, etc. Digitizer settings, unless you are actually using a digitizer, I would set that to use the mouse. Nobody uses a digitizer anymore except for Bruce Carlson. And then you have your coordinate file format. Now, right up there is a CRDB file, and that happens to be a particular file. It is actually a SQLite, or a structured query language light database. And the advantage to using that is it can hold a lot of GIS extended data with those given point locations. Like you might shoot a point, maybe it's a manhole, and it can capture things like you know, utility type, whether it's electric or sewer or water, or telephone, uh, you know, materials, concrete, brick, fiberglass, uh, date of installation, date of last inspection, current condition, fair, poor, needs replacement, or something along those lines. All of that data can store right directly in that file. Now, you can still capture all of that GIS data with your points, even if you don't use that file format. And if you just use the standard default of CRD, it's just that it will build another file called by the same name as that coordinate file, but it puts a .gis extension on it. So that's the linking. It knows to look for the same file name, and it uses that extension. So there's the differentiation between those two types of formats, the CRD and the CRDB. And if you do also, if I double click, you see these are places where I can change, to use different symbolic types of notes. I've got, here's those general things there. And if I look at this GIS tab, see, it requires the CRD format coordinate file. So as part of this edit right here on the screen, if I used that file format, I would see all of my GIS data that I might have defined for that point. Otherwise, and I would have to get to it from another route, like go to my GIS menu and look at my data that's associated with it through a GIS file. image, again, you could add a particular image, and you got some settings as to how, like decimal places and such. Okay, so there I changed the symbol. And if I were using that CRDB format, I could see that GIS data directly in it. Otherwise, I need to go to my GIS menu and run the commands from there so I can see my data. Okay. Then crossing figure general. So now below that, and again, I would recommend just keeping it as a Carlson alphanumeric unless you are actively capturing and tracking GIS data, then you might find some functionality with that, but I would stick with CRD. But now here's the other bit about these linkings, and you can read what each of those does. We've already talked about linking the points with the CRD file as to whether it automatically updates or not. Linking the line work with the points. Again, if you move a point, does it pull the line with it? Yes, it does if it's on. And again, all of this stuff is done. All of this stuff behaves the way the switch is set at the time the object was created. And if you want to change its behavior, you want to go in and change the switch to the opposite of what it is now. And then you want that object to behave that way. 9 times out of 10, you are going to have to recreate the object so that it doesn't inherit that setting. Okay. But a couple things I would say that you want to do is to you should definitely want to keep on your maintain coordinate history file so that you can undo changes to your coordinate file without having to undo drawing changes necessarily. Okay. All of these others are going to be things that you need to decide whether you want it to behave that way or not. Now, grouping the point entities, when I do that, and mine is checked on, however, let me show you this. If I select, you see when I select that right there, that tells me up here, I've only got a block reference done. Now, the reason why is I used an AutoCAD function here under the selection tab where it said object grouping. I turned it off because I wanted to get access to these individual section, not save the section, close, discard. So I wanted to get access to these individual grips to show you that you can move those around individually. And you can actually do that in the IntelliCAD version, but yet still keep the linking. So in AutoCAD, you have to, if you uncheck it here, then that has the same effect as if you had unchecked it. So now when you select it, this is part of AutoCAD selection. You see how it selects everything, and it selects up here a group. There are 2 blocks and a 1 point. The 2 blocks are the attributes, which are the point number, elevation, description. The other block is the symbol, and the third option there is the point itself, and that is an AutoCAD point. Okay. So since you guys are all using an AutoCAD based CAD foundation, whether it's OEM, Civil 3D, or AutoCAD map or whatever, if it's an official AutoCAD, you have that option. And when you select a point, it's going to look like that. If you're using IntelliCAD, it's going to select all of the, you're going to pick it, it's going to select all 3 of them, but you then have also, you have access still to those individual grips so you can move those attributes around. It's a subtle distinction, but it's one, you're going to want to keep those groupings on so that you can't necessarily say move the attributes away from the point. And, so if you're doing any kind of specific relocations, you can be sure that the point is going to go with it, because it's the actual AutoCAD point that tells the CRD file where that point is. It's not the symbol. It's not the insertion point of the attribute. All of those things can be in different places. It is the actual AutoCAD point that defines it. Okay. Now, taking a look at some of these other linkings as to how they work, let's draw a rectangle. I'm just going to go to the draw menu, and I'm going to choose draw rectangle. It's just a CAD rectangle. I'm going to click a point on the screen here, and I'm going to just sort of, I'm going to do a particular command. I'm going to say at, so the at symbol, and I want to go to the east, let's say 100 feet. So I'm going to say at 100, that's X to the east, comma, let's go 50 in the north or up the page. So that means to go from where I started to 100 to the right and 50 up. And even if I stretch this way out, as soon as I come down here and hit enter on the command line, it's going to go to that location. If I look at this, and if I measure that particular side, that should be 100, and sure enough, there it is. If I look at my inquiry menu and I turn my drawing inspector on, and if I right click my mouse and I choose my polyline data, there it is. I'll hover, I'll get horizontal distance 100 feet. I'll hover here and that's 50 feet. Notice I have no slopes. So everything's, as I need it. I'm going to right click and choose turn off the drawing inspector. We'll see that again as we do some work. Now I've got some drawn, even just CAD drawn element. Well, let's go to our annotate menu, and don't worry about your defaults right now. This can change the way certain things are going to look, but let's do an auto annotate, second command down. And right now I've got mine set to be bearings, and I've got distance over angle. So my distance would be on the top or the outside, and my bearing on the inside. I might want to flip that around. So instead of angle below, I might switch that to above, and the distance to below. You can put them in different order, all along the top, whatever it happens to be. Okay. So whatever your preference is, I'm going to say okay, and I'm going to choose that figure that I just drew. So there now you can see it went bearing over distance. But of course it draws this figure in this direction. It draws it, left to right, right to up to left, and then up to down. So that's how that does. You could flip those around if you want, whatever they happen to be. Now, let's do one more area or one more label. Let's go to the area layout routine, and let's just say area by closed polyline. We'll do a single area, and we will label the area, and I'm going to click OK. I'll select my figure. There's the actual area. It's 5,000 square feet or 0.1148 acres. And I'll say exit. And it wants me to give it a lot description. I may call that just lot 1. It's fine. Pick a place. I'm going to put it right there, say in the middle. Be done. All right. So now I've got, and notice I've got a different font. I've got 5,000 square feet. I've got 0.1148 acres plus or minus. Mike can get some bonus points here today. Why do I have my acreage shown to 4 decimal places and my square footage to the nearest single square foot instead of any decimals? Anybody know why I do that? Okay, no takers. All right. Has to do with significant figures. If you know that there are 43,560 square feet in an acre, that's on the order of 10,000 as opposed to 1,000 as opposed to 100,000. So it's in the tens of thousands. So a change in 1 square foot would trigger a change in the digit of the acre, the equivalent acre number in the 10,000th spot, which is the fourth decimal place to the right. Okay. So if I were to call this 0.115 acres, and I wanted to represent the nearest square footage, I really would only be able to show that as, 5,000, but only 3 digits as significant. Okay, so I would only ever be able to have like, I'm not sure where the trigger would be. 5000 would not change my 0115 number until I got to 5010. Okay, so that's the trigger point is in that tens location. All right. So anyway, that's just a little aside. It has to do with the significant figures. Now, here's what we're illustrating is the settings, Carlson configure, general settings, link labels with line work. So now just grab the figure that you drew and grab a corner and change it. Okay. Or let's even add a vertex. Now I don't know that, yeah, see, it did that. It pulled this around. Now notice what I did. I actually added a vertex. So it pulled one of these labels off and redistributed it around. So maybe if I remove that vertex now. So hopefully you can see what's going on is every time I make a change, it's recomputing and redisplaying those numbers. I can do the same thing with a centerline alignment where I've got stationing and curves and PCs and PTs. All right, so all of this stuff is going to automatically update itself if I have that switch on. Now, if I turn the switch off, this figure would still behave that way because that's the way it was when it was created. There is a way on our file menu, and I think it's under drawing utilities. If I remove extended data or reactors, I'm not sure which, I think maybe reactors. If I remove reactors from that drawn geometry, now let's see if that did it. Yes, okay. So that's a way that you can sort of override that setting is by removing the reactors on that. It's on your drawing, on the file menu under drawing utilities. Now, to fix everything back, you simply go to your annotate, auto annotate, and just run it again because you have set in here somewhere in my general settings, maybe to, yeah, previous labels are set to erase. Okay. So I'm going to choose that and it's going to erase those, recompute them. And I would do the same thing for my area. I would set my area defaults. There's where I've got those set up. I say to someplace, erase previous labels. There we go. Say okay. And then I would area by closed polyline and pick it and exit. And now that's done. And now it's going to be back to, oops, let me see, lot description is 1. And I'll put it right here this time. Oops. There we go. So now bringing that back. Ah, ha, ha, ha. So once you take the reactor off of that with file, edit, drawing utilities, remove reactors, you can't reconstruct the reactor, I do not think. You would just have to redraw the figure, okay? So once that's removed, then that no longer has it. You would have to redraw the figure. If I said undo, I'm back with that. And there's a couple of ways around that. You can create a deed file, take a polyline to a deed file. I will just call this one test. Yes, we'll pick that. All right, so now I could even go to process my deed file, and I'm just going to draw it. Labeled lines and arcs. It's done. Exit. Okay, so there it is. Now this should recompute. It does. See, it left these old ones behind. It just happened to be right on top of it. Let's see, let's undo that. Now, if I select this and edit, I could choose a new starting point, which would be start northern, start ending. I want to pick where that's going to go. Let's start it over here. And now we shall draw. There we go. So now it left those old things behind. Here it is, same measurements, but now as I move these around, they now have re-inherited that label linking. Okay. Anybody follow anybody? Got any questions on that bit? Everybody good?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so that really, if you look at those, and let's talk real briefly next about the rest of these linkings as to how they apply to us in survey and how they can have an effect on us. If you link those line work with points, we already talked about that earlier, if those points get moved, the line gets moved with it if it was created with it on, and so that could affect maybe a property boundary, a parcel. If you don't want it to be that way, then don't create it with it on. The linking labels with line work, sometimes, let's say we draw a deed using the meets and bounds included in the deed description. And we use that to draw a figure, but then we have to go in there and tweak the figure around to maybe fit some ground evidence a little better. Well, if this linking is on and we change the figure to conform to something else, it runs the risk of changing the meets and bounds that are labeled on that drawn parcel. We may not want to do that in a particular case. Sometimes we do, and sometimes, and Todd, this is another reason why I did not actually chase down that survey license, because I had a hard time understanding why a lawyer gets to tell a surveyor, I don't care if it's different, just use the old description, so you've got to sometimes honor those old meets and bounds, even though you found, through your preponderance of evidence and all of that, some different placement. That as long as you retrace the original intent, that's what we're after. So I just, know that sometimes you have to keep the old deed measurements showing on the plat. Sometimes you don't. So just be aware of what this will do when it happens. Now there's another similar one called link line work with center lines, and that has to do with a very similar thing when if you turn a drawn polyline into a centerline file, then when you create that centerline, in fact, let's go ahead and let's go ahead and do this. Give you a little practice on stuff. Let's just draw. Let's go to the draw menu. I don't care how you do it. Standard P line or draw a 2D polyline, take whatever defaults. I just want you to draw, a little zigzag thing here. Okay. Something like that. And I don't care the size, it doesn't matter whatsoever. And you could fillet these curves if you wish, because and do all that ahead of time, but it's even easier this way. Let's go to the centerline menu now and choose polyline to centerline file, because I've drawn a polyline and I want to turn that into a centerline. It wants to know the centerline file to write. Well, I'm just going to call this one, sample centerline. All right, so it tells me that the polyline should have been drawn in the direction of increasing stations. It doesn't matter because I get the opportunity to reverse it if I need to. So select the polyline that represents the center line. I'm just going to pick there, and it shows me the direction it was created. If that's good, I can accept it. If not, there's an option to reverse, you see on the command line. And you can also give it a beginning station number. Let's call that 13 plus 67.83. Okay, something, something non-zero. I hit enter, and there it is. Okay, it's actually done. And it's now, even though it's still just a polyline, in fact, I can come over here and let's change that to be green, just for yucks. Put it on a different, make it a line, make it a, I don't have my center lines loaded, but anyway, you get the idea. So it's now, though, been associated with a centerline file. And because of that linking that said link line work with center lines, just double click that file. And instead of loading you into AutoCAD's p-edit command, it's going to put you in Carlson's centerline file editor. And now from inside of this, I'm just clicking and, rolling the wheel and pressing and holding the wheel. And down here below, I've got all of these individual pieces, but I'm going to sit here at this incoming tangent, and I'm going to go to the bottom. I'm going to fit a curve. And the curve I'm going to fit, let's see, I've got a tangent distance of, say, 75 feet. Let's make this a radius of 50 feet. And we say enter, say okay. And you can look up horizontal speed tables and all kinds of different things if you're doing road design. Right now, we're just illustrating the point. So I'm going to have a radius value here of 50 feet. It's going to fill out all these other things. I'll say okay. And well, there's that curve. Well, maybe that's a little too big. I'm going to change that to be 25 feet. All right, just for yucks. All right, so that's maybe even. And I'm just double clicking. I'm gonna maybe make that even 15 feet because I want a little bit more tangent right here to use. All right, so I'm going to go here. In fact, because that's only 14 feet, I'm going to double click that and choose the length to be, let's make it 35 feet. keeping it tangential. I'll say, okay, and now you see I've stretched it out. I'm going to fit another curve. This time my radius is going to be 35 feet. Let's see what that might look like. We'll say, okay, and that's a pretty good size curve. That's fine. We'll leave it like it is. When I say save and exit, watch the screen. There it is. If I were to also simply do this, and let's drag this point, say here, let me get a better, try this. Sometimes you break tangency on those there. It kept the curve tangent. Same thing there. All right, so you see I've changed it graphically. If I double click it, look at my centerline file. It's actually already updated. So this is a two-way link that keeps all that intact. At which point you could then, station your polyline file. Where's my starting station? 1367. What? Let me repeat that. I'm missing something. Where are my ticks? 13. Yeah, I've got a bunch of settings by marker. Here we go. Tick, half tick, symbol. Okay, let's see. All right, this should, I think. Apparently not. Let's see. Increment, specify start and end. PIs. Hundreds, 5 to 50, 100. Centerline file 1 plus 0, 0. This is label set up. My scalar. Parallel, or if we went perpendicular, left of. Well, I don't see why it's not starting it. Oh, there we go. Evens and odds. All right, so that should work, I hope. Still not getting. All right, there's the even station. So if I'm going from 1367 to 1530, I should at least, oh, I guess I did. That's 15 plus. Where's 14 plus? It's not indicated. Yeah, there's something in this setup. And again, you would set these, curve 50 distance for station. Intermediates, evens, odds. Let's see here. Perpendicular, let's go parallel. Starting ending angle points of. I've got all these things that I've set once upon a time. Yeah, see, Now there's my 14 plus should be 50. Anyway, there's the settings here where it should have use this. When I do it in a different platform, it's behaving differently, apparently. But again, with all these linkings, if I draw the centerline file, and if I label the stations, and I choose my training settings and say, okay, there's the file. Yes, there's something, so there's 15, but I should see 14. Because that's 1450. Anyway, regardless of me not being able to do that, and if I update that, and I just grip edited that, if I just double click that, save and exit, it should, yeah, it pulls all that stuff back into where it's supposed to be. I might even change the starting station value from that to say 1250. Save that, it's going to recompute. Now you see, now my 13 showing up. There's 1250, there's 13, there's 14, right in there's 13, 14, or 1350. So there's some setting that's governing that. I'm not going to try to track it all down right now. So you can see how those linkings work and how they can be time saving and beneficial, but make sure you understand the ramifications of them because they can bite us in the behind if we're not careful. Okay. So now, having having bumped everything latish and sort of slugging through our first day here, we're typically would set to end at our East Coast 4:30 time. So we got our late lunch a bit and wanted to start back and jump into some of this. Anyway, we're going to take our mid-afternoon break, but if you don't mind, let's make it say 10 minutes instead of 15, or maybe 12 instead of 15. So let's come back at 10 till the hour. Um, Anybody have any questions with what we've looked at so far?
No.
Everybody good with that? Okay. So I'm going to, sorry about that. So I'm going to look at my surf BDY. I'm going to make it say red, and I'll give it a weight so you can see it. We'll make it nice and heavy. And I'm going to do that at the bottom. I'm going to turn on my line weights. And this is set accordingly, and do a regen, and there it is. Now, notice my data has some open space in here, and if I were to build that surface, in fact, I can look at that surface. Let's go to my view menu, look at my 3D view surface file viewer, and let's look at that surface. And we say, okay, well, there it is. Well, you see all of this stuff in between these edges over here, which are really invalid. I don't have any data in there, but it formed them. Let me go to my settings tab, turn off my contours, and draw the triangle edges. So you see all of those long, skinny exterior triangles that we would, and some people do it this way. And we'll learn all this stuff in more detail tomorrow. But let's say if I wanted to remove a triangle, you know, they go through here and do all this kind of triangle edits and take these triangles out until they clean all that stuff up. And there's a easier way, not within the viewer, but that's sort of a way that they do that. And then they would exit. Let's see, you can see your triangles a little better if you uncheck this solid fill in. you can actually take these out with a line that crosses in one of the other editors. But in this case, we've got what looks like a valid surface. However, let's take a look at, I'm going to turn off my edges, where we talked about before down these, down that road edge. Let me get this lined up better. So you see all those little flat spots that got built, and you can change the light source and shading. So you see that road edge was supposed to have been nice and crisp down that nose to nose to nose, but you can see it's got those individual flat triangles shown in there. And in fact, if we come back here and let's load, I'll grab my stuff here and bring them into the drawing. Let's turn my I'm going to change my surface color here a minute. Make it a little more. Let me make that more of a, so we got green triangles there. Let's make it more of this yellow looking stuff. All right, so what we're looking at now is those are the original contours. You can see them, but if you look at how the triangles actually form, you can see right in here is a good example. You see how that made that flat across there? Because as it was going along this line and read that point, it looked across and saw that point. It saw that one, which was correct, but it looked over and saw itself. And so everything along here is all that same elevation. Whereas if I'd had this line down the middle, which would have been as if I had gone from there to there, you see how it takes that out? And if I go from there to there, if I can get the right point. So you see, if I'd put that break line in, it would not have formed those flat spots. All right, so that's what we're after. You see, we could go through and make all these edits. It's just a pain in the butt. Thankfully, we have, I'm not going to save the changes. So thankfully we have that. But in this particular case, here is this shrink wrap that we did with no perimeter reduction. I want you to understand that term is when we go to surface, triangulate and contour, we'll do it again. And this time, instead of having it to say none, let's do high. We go to setup, we're going to draw it. It's a 2D, put on that layer. We'll say, okay, now watch what happens now. So if I say, yes, it's okay to overwrite the surface, I'm going to grab everything here. And this one's at 0, should be ignored, but I'll deselect it. And now I'm going to do it. And this is the resulting boundary that we can use, or that it used to build the surface. And if I build that, if I look at that surface again in my 3D viewer, you can even see from the preview over in the lower right that it has that new set of edges. And so now I no longer have all that mess in there. And let's put this back. Well, somewhere I had an 83. We'll go with 82. We'll make it solid. And so now you can see that I've, and I'll draw my resulting triangle edges. So you see all of those long skinny triangles are gone away. But I've also, cut in pretty severely, and I might want to have my edges a little more smooth than what you see there. So what that is doing, what this is representing, I'm going to just select these so you can see when I said this one was created with a high perimeter reduction, this was drawn with no perimeter reduction. So what this is doing when it does a shrink wrap command, whether I draw it ahead of time or let the triangulate and contour program draw it for me, it looks at all that data. It actually builds the surface ahead of time in memory, and it starts going around the outside edges, and it looks and says, all right, I'm on the perimeter. I'm going to start reducing triangles. If I say none, it takes none of those triangles out. If I say high, it takes them out even as it goes through here. Okay, so if I go through this again, I triangulate and contour and change it from high to say low. I can say enter, and I'll just grab everything, and it's going to ignore 0. Now you see this one, I'll make it yellow. So it's, you see, a lot more forgiving of those little ins and outs that it found as it's shrink wrapping all of that existing data. Okay. So it does not quite as much. It's a little bit less heavy. Okay. So what you could do is, and what I usually do is I usually pre-draw my boundaries. And I might do something like shrink wrap. I'm going to draw my shrink wrap entities, and I'll set that to, whatever. And medium is usually pretty good to use, but in this particular case, I'm going to leave it at low. And it's going to make me something like this. Now, this is nothing in the world more than a polyline. I can edit that polyline. I can turn this into an arc and bring it up, to clean that up a little bit here. I can just grip at it. I can hover over it, remove a vertex, straighten all that out, or I can use Carlson's tool to polyline utilities, remove polyline, remove a polyline vertex. I'll select this, and I'm just going to start clicking near the points I want to get rid of. And let's say maybe that one down there, and I'll just sort of, walk my way around and sort of smooth that up. So you can do that if you will. You can maybe, take, do that command again, remove polyline vertex, select it, and I can just sort of, smooth out these particular areas. And maybe these over here, I do want to come in, but then maybe, take out some of these more drastic insets. All right. So once you shape that, and you can even, you can do that, let's say, and once that's drawn, now up here, maybe straighten that out a little bit. So once you have this, and it's a closed polyline, if you go back to surface, triangulate and contour, and this time instead of using that shrink wrap, we're going to check on to use the inclusion exclusion areas because we already have one drawn. And we're going to, as our method, we're going to trim the edges, not remove them if they cross. We're going to trim them so it will actually slice through the triangle and heal it back up. And we'll say okay to that. It's okay to overwrite. And it says select objects. Now read the line above because we've turned something on that we didn't have on before. We turned on to use an inclusion and exclusion area. So it says select the inclusion perimeter polylines or enter for none. So there's the one. Go ahead and choose that, hit enter. Now any exclusion perimeter polylines, again, read the line above. There are none for this one. I'll say enter to okay. And now select everything you want to triangulate. Well, since that's a 2D line drawn at 0 elevation. It will be ignored. I grab everything. It built my surface. And now I look at that surface and I see it's now neatly trimmed along the edges. Whereas before, I may have I got some things in here that you see what it did. All right, so, it went out to that edge, even though there was no data out there. It has a couple of those in there that are pretty tight. Another thing we can see on that triangulate and contour switches is you can also, add extra points to the data that you're modeling. And those are just extra points that become points of triangles. It doesn't actually densify the line in the drawing. It only does it in memory. So you can do that. There's other ways to control interior and exterior maximum triangle lengths. So there's all kinds of ways to get rid of that extra space out there when you're modeling your data. Okay, so, and you can also even do something like this. If I make my, set my current layer to that. All right, so I can get rid of that one. And I'm just going to do a couple of things here. And if I triangulate and contour that one more time, I'm using the inclusion areas, say, okay to overwrite yes, and it says select the inclusion perimeter polylines. Notice it's plural. So I'm going to get all three of those, no exclusions. Now select the data. And now I had some crosses. Oops, let me, oh. Oh, I must have done. Are these 2D, 2D, 2D? Ah, they are, they have varying elevations. Okay, so I'm gonna, one of them was elevated apparently. All right, so if yeah, because I snapped to something up there that set the elevation. So now they're back at 0. So if I go back and triangulate and contour now, this time grabbing those. Grabbing the data. It built my surface. I'll look at that surface and notice in the preview even you can see, I think I missed that third one, but in any case, you can see what it did was to create inclusion zones of just those particular, yeah, I missed getting that one when I clicked. So, and you can even take one, like this, for instance. Triangulate and contour, say, okay, yes, and I'm going to get my inclusion perimeters. Now any exclusions, and now grab my data. And if I look at that surface, see what it did? It included within the ones I selected, but it excluded within the other one that I selected. So those are ways that you can limit what actually gets built, and that's still just one surface, okay? So those are ways you can use that. You can just draw your boundaries yourself manually. You can use shrink wrap to draw them for you up front. you can use the shrink wrap function in triangulate and contour if you use the inclusion areas and tell it to use shrink wrap here, okay? But sometimes you're going to want to do something like this, where you actually have the inclusion, but you also had these exclusion areas like these building footprints. Those would be exclusion areas, and they would just basically leave null areas in that surface because we don't know anything about the ground underneath those things. Okay, so just to, there's a lot of different ways we can do this. Now we're going to take a look tomorrow at some of the techniques, and we're going to actually model this site using those layers that we turned off, those 3D break lines and those points, so that you can use that same data that they use to create this contour map. And it's going to build us a surface, and it's going to be as complete as they did it because we're using the same data that they used when they built this. Okay. So, but we'll do that. We're at the end of our day. So uh, we will put a bookmark in it here. And now don't worry about all of the stuff that we looked at in that 3D viewer as we spun around. We're going to learn how to use that tomorrow in some depth so you can use it if you don't use it already. There's a couple of tricks and some techniques and some things to know about it so you can use it to your advantage. Okay. So at this point, any questions? Everybody good and sort of catching on to the idea of why we need these break lines, say down those contours that we want to prevent those flat triangles from happening. And by the way, there is one, I'll just show you real quick. Under triangulate and contour, there's a setting down here and there's a whole block right here that says adjustments for source data of contours. So anytime you're using contours and that's all that you have, you want to turn on this switch right here that says minimize those flat triangles. And if you do that, now I've gotten rid of my boundaries, so I'm just going to build it and then we'll look at it again. And so when we do that, ignoring those outside edges, let's turn these triangles off. Now you can see down this, down that road area. So you see where it got rid of a lot of those flats. There's still some showing up, say over here on this other side in here, that if we had all of the break lines defined, you would see those go away as well. But at least it gives you some measure of control if you say, I want to minimize those flats. So it looks for those flat triangles and says, don't build that. Let's try something else. Okay. So, but we've got a whole lot of stuff like over in here, we've got this goofy looking thing, looks like a ski jump ramp. And this whole thing is a retaining wall. It's a loading dock right in here. So none of those spill outs should be happening. And you'll see when we get to the real surface data, how that, when we use the, where, oh, here it is. So when we use this 3D break line data, you'll see how that's going to clean that right up. So if I were to, I'm going to isolate the data. This is all the data that they used when they built this. And if I look at that in my 3D viewer, you see there it is. It doesn't look anything at all like the contour map, but that's the data they used to build the contour map. All of those points and all of the 3D points along all of those features in those edges. And you can see up here, those are those 3D curves, and they're going to be very nicely defined for us when we look at that. When we looked at it before, all of that was just sort of smeared out because it went contour to contour to contour. It didn't know what was happening in between the contours. So you're going to see how that gets fixed. how you're going to see these retaining walls, like right in there. And over here is that one where all those spill outs happen. That's going to limit all that to being a nice little wall. So you'll see all that stuff come into play. Okay. Any questions other than, is it finally Miller time? Yes, it is. Yeah. All right. So we will be back at 9 o'clock. I will send you later tonight a link for the for tomorrow's session. So just watch your emails, and we'll pick it up 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. All right.
Yes, sir. I'll remember to log on at 8.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry about that. So
It's okay.
I tried to make sure when let me stop our recording.